gamers, how are we doing? Oh fuck, maybe that's too quiet. Too quiet. How are we doing? How are we doing? Happy Tuesday. In it. How are you doing? Have you had a nice week? I've been away. There's so much happened. the last couple of days, and I'm here to talk about it. But yeah, hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. Hope you had a nice weekend. You know, hope everything's okay. Let me know if my levels are okay as usual, because I never know. But yeah, we're back. We're back. My name's Martin. Welcome to the Condition Bleem broadcast. I've got a bit of a different stream today. So I just wanted to do a bit of a sort of like a travelogue kind of thing, I suppose. So I've been away for the best part of the week. I went to the bank face weekend. I went up north, then visited some friends as well. And yeah, I've been kind of like, or I posted a bunch of videos and little snippets about it on Twitter. I just made like a dumb thread where I just like threw in all sorts of random crap. But I realized that I just have so much more. I have so many little like, you know, longer, shorter clips of like the various sets that I went to. Just more photos of just like random bits that add context. So I'll you know, I just kind of wanted to do like a, I guess even it's not a presentation, you know. I'm literally just gonna go through my camera roll, you know, just kind of like explaining things as we go, because like it will, hopefully it will make sense, you know, as I go through it. But like, Bankface is very unique. Also, hold on, 1 second. I forgot to turn on the light and it's not working, so bear with me 1 minute. Okay, how's that? That should help a little bit. All right, cool. Sorry about that. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. So what was I saying? So a lot of the stuff that I'm gonna go over requires a lot of context, because it's very British. So I've added the Britanology tag to this stream because I think it's pretty interesting, and because like there's a lot that is like very cursed about, you know, the island of Great Britain, and you know, the vibes are often very fucked. But my theory is, or my, not theory, I guess thesis, is that Bankface is one of the few places, if not the only place, where the Brit vibes are actually good and like actually contribute to making it better. hopefully you know, I'll be able to kind of like demonstrate that through this exercise. So yeah, that's one thing that I wanted to get out of the way. The other thing is that, you know, basically this is kind of I'm also doing this in an effort to kind of like convince people to come with me next year. You know, maybe, I mean, you know, I realize that, you know, all of you who are in chat may or may not, you know, live really far away, or like, you know, this is like whatever. But like the reason why I documented a lot of these things the way I did, or like I took so many videos and all of that stuff, is because I'm kind of like, you know, I'm trying to assemble like this a crew for next year, because it's so much fun and I think more people should go. But yeah, anyway, I think I'm just gonna jump into it. So let's just start with a little bit of context about what this is and where it is. So let me see if I can pull up so what is Bankface in general? So Bankface is essentially a series of events. They've been doing it for 20 years now. I don't know if there's any kind of like fancy backdrop that I can bring up as I talk about this. I guess I can pull up just the website and just like have that. Um, but yeah, so it's like this series of events that happen in the UK. So it's like a rave slash drum and bass slash techno slash jungle slash uh, uh, fucking whatever, like whatever you name it, just like party events. And they've been doing these weekenders that basically amount to a weekend long festival. Nowadays they do 4 days, like Thursday through Sunday night. Um, and for the last couple of years, they've been hosting it at a place called Pontins, which is this holiday park, like a cheesy, worn down holiday destination. The one that they do this at is the one in Southport, up in the north of England. So this is like a small town, kind of like between on the western coast. So it's between Blackpool and Liverpool, pretty close to Manchester as well. And so you know, basically they're celebrating. I think they're celebrating 20 years now. Yeah. That doesn't mean that there have been 20. They have done 20 weekenders, but it started in 2003. And yeah, so basically the way that this whole thing works as of late is that they basically go to this place, right? This Pontins, which is like a chain of basically like really cheesy like holiday parks, right? So it is the kind of stuff, is the kind of place where you would take your family if you can't afford to go abroad. You can't fly, you can't go to Spain, or you can't go to Greece, or you can't go to a nice European destination for your summer holidays, right? So you would take your kids to the beach, right, ostensibly, but it's the beach in the UK, right? So they have this thing where you can rent what is basically like an apartment, kind of like an all-inclusive resort. I will show you pictures of what it looks like and what it is ultimately. But it's kind of like the sort of like affordable family destination, right? Where you can take your family, and so basically you would rent an apartment or like a chalet kind of thing that has like a couple of beds in it. It's got like a mostly functional kitchen, shower, and then you've got all sorts of amenities nearby. So now, because it's the UK, you can't rely on the weather being nice, right? So even though it's literally 5 minutes away from the beach, maybe less, it's not a particularly nice beach. It's like the Atlantic coast. It's whatever. Plus, it might be raining. So what they do is they have all sorts of things that you can do, that are not necessarily dependent on the weather. So it's got like an indoor pool. It's got like an arcade. There are a couple of things outdoors as well. So it's got like a go-kart track. All sorts of like playgrounds and things of that nature. So actually, let me just show you. So for context, right? So this is what we're looking at. Hold on. Maybe this helps. Maybe this helps as well. Okay. Yeah. So we've got like, this is Liverpool. Yeah. So we're looking at the cursed Isle, right? And so we have Liverpool here. We've got Blackpool just a little bit up to the north here. This is Manchester, right? And so this is where Southport is. So this is, I guess it's one of those cities where like, or like this area is where a lot of the ships would have left towards the US. Don't ask me why it's called Southport. I don't know. I don't think many people know. I think it just simply refers that it's like the southern of two ports that just happen to be like somewhere around here, um, because it's not in the south. You know, it's not even like south of Liverpool, which like I guess would have been the major port at that time. Um, I don't understand, but whatever. So basically, this is just like a little small town, right? And then on the outskirts, right next to the beach, there's this thing, right? Uh, so you'll see like these are like little like apartment blocks, right? So it's like 2 stories. Um, you know, you've got these little rooms inside, and then you've got like, you know, if I zoom in, there's like a go-kart track. This is like a little like training like a loop for like learning how to drive, I guess. So for like school kids and stuff, they would teach you the sort of the traffic signs and whatever the fuck, I guess. There's a mini golf, and then this is kind of like the main venue. This is like a big, you know, like multi-purpose building, right? And this is where the pool is. So, which actually, if I pull up some of the pictures from from Google, right? Let's see. Right, so you get stuff like this. Hopefully you can kind of see it. Wait, yeah. So, you know, this picture was taken in October 2020, and it still has the CRT TV in there. You know, it's all just like really cheap furniture. You know, it's just this small like cheap, what I guess what amounts to basically like a 1 or 2 star like hotel room experience. And then yeah, you've got like little bits of grass in between. You know, there's like a you know, little seating area. There's a pub in there. You know, stuff like this. It's all very like. It's hard to describe. Like it's a very and yeah, this is the beach. Like this is, you know, just around the corner. But like that's actually a nice picture. But you know, but like there's something like very cheesy about it. It's like a very specific vibe, you know. You know, it's literally just like a like a cheap holiday destination, right, for the family. And oh god, yeah, some of these look dreary as fuck, like the but yeah, and so basically what happens, what Bangface is, or the Weekender is that you know, you get a bunch of ravers, you get all sorts of like, you know, crazy alternative crowd. You know, everyone's wearing like costumes, you know, like fancy dress, you know, and they just completely take over this whole place, right? And then the big building that we saw, hold on, if I go back to the map, so this big building essentially is where the main venue is, and then they just set up what is basically 4 different different stages, and then, you know, it just operates like a festival. So you've got like, you know, I'll be looking at this. I've got, you know, like my program thing. I've kind of like underlined the bits that we saw. We kind of like, you know, ran around from one room to another throughout the whole weekend. But yeah, and it's just, you know, it's a music festival ultimately. But there's something very interesting about the clash of like, you know, all of these like people that have like no real reason to be there, or like, you know, just look really out of place in this, you know, family destination where you would take your kids. It's like, I don't even know. It's almost like something out of like a fucking like I don't know, like an early 2000s music video. You know, I'm picturing like a fucking um oh god, was it like an Avril Lavigne video where they're like playing mini golf and stuff? But you know, it's like just like a bunch of like punks and like whatever, you know, just hanging out. I forget which one that was. So I might be making it up. You know, but like is that kind of shit, right? And so Yeah, it's just I don't know. There's something like very British about it. Something very very cheesy about it. And yeah, so that's kind of like the backdrop, right? And then basically, throughout the whole thing, um, so it's like 4 days. We went to the Thursday, which is the first day, is kind of optional. You have to pay extra. This time around, I didn't go. We didn't check in on the Thursday. I went with a friend of mine. Um, the way oh well I know him from Hungary originally. He flew over from France. He's my festival going buddy from ages ago, you know. He's like the kind of person that I can always count on. Like like I found this is my second time going to Bangface. Like I found out about it last year, and I sent him a message. I said, like, hey, I just found out about this crazy shit. Do you wanna go? And he immediately was like, "Yes, this rocks. Let's do it." And like, there was no question that we would do it again this year, and again, there's no question that we'll do it again next year either. So yeah, uh, you know, basically, what I was hoping to do this for this stream is take a look at all of the dumb pictures. Well, it's mostly like little clips from sets, interspersed with like random pictures taken around the site and stuff. I try to kind of like clean it up a little bit because there might be a couple pictures that I had on there that were too hot for Twitch. Um, like nothing excessive, but just to be on the safe side. Like some of the more sort of like personal photos I've taken out, but I think it like gets the vibe across. Um, so I let's see if I can jump into it. And I'll just sort of like explain what the dynamic was, or like what we got up to like throughout the day, because we didn't necessarily spend the whole weekend there. um Starting off with the comfy bus. So this is a bus service that just runs in Southport for some reason, and they made the decision to call it comfy bus with a U. um I don't know, I thought it was really funny. It took a picture of it. Here's the front again. uh yeah, I don't know, I just fit really silly. But yeah, anyway, so like, and this is yeah, this was the Friday afternoon, right? And so yeah, so this is kind of like the main side. This is like the entrance of it, right? So they've got like banners. Oh yeah, I didn't spot this on the map earlier, but they've got like this what is basically like a dino enclosure with animatronic dinos just hanging out, so you can have a look at them. Um, in the oh, yeah, their eyelids are a bit fucked. I don't know if you can see that. It's got a hole, so it's like blinking, but you can still see the eye. It's a bit fucked up. And so it's all kind of like in a very sort of like, I mean, not tasteful, but like a very sort of like everything is a subtle state of disrepair, right? But yeah, that's what it was. This is the entrance. So as you go in, right, you've got at the back you've got the arcade. Um, they set up like this enormous TR-909 prop, um that it's semi-functional. So like these buttons. Oh, hold on, let me show my, yeah. So like these buttons, this row of buttons down here, and I think these two actually do things. So you can just like press them, and it will it will play sounds. I think I had a video of that. Yeah. Right. So this is kind of like the main lobby, and then you've got like on one side you've got a couple stages, and then there's another one kind of like hidden on the other side. Um, also, pretty much every year has a theme. So this year, because it just so happened to coincide with the coronation weekend. So um, Friday was the 5th. So Saturday, what is essentially day 3 of the festival, coincided with the coronation of King Charles III. So they basically turned that, they took the piss out of that. So you've got, Charles wearing the Burger King crown. He's got a bottle of Buckfast in his hand, which I will explain shortly. Very important, you know. You've got fucking Harry doing whippets out of a out of a balloon. I don't know. I don't know if you would call it whippets in the US. It's basically nitrous. You know, people. Again, that's a very British thing where like there are certain places where you can just walk along the street and you'll see like piles and piles of the little like nitrous canisters that you would have in your like a whippet or like a soda stream kind of thing, right? To make soda. And they're just like piled up because like people fill up balloons with them and then they um breathe in like that. Um yeah, Prince Andrew with his very sweaty armpits, shit like that. Anyway, so that was kind of like the theme. There were people dressed up as like sort of either royals or whatever. I think there's I didn't really engage with it, but I think there was a like a costume or like a fancy dress contest where you could like you would get like a prizes or something. And then yeah, so this was one of the stages. So this is the Queen Vic, so Queen Victoria pub. So this is the pub section of of the um of the building. You can't quite see it here, but on the right hand side there's basically a bar, and then there's like a set of doors that just goes out to the little terrace area. This was probably my favorite stage. I thought it was the perfect size because it's like relatively small. You can get up pretty close. It never got too crowded. It's a nice sort of nice little size. So we started out. Okay, hold on. Some of this might be loud, so I don't know. Let me know if it's loud or if you have a hard time understanding me. So this was kind of like the initial block. This is from a programming blog from Hardcore Junglist United. It's a group from Oakland, California. I've got like all sorts of like bits, um, um, all sorts of like bits and pieces. So they gave me a business card or like a little thing. I've got some stickers. So that, it says HJU. It's green, so you might not be able to see it. And then yeah, so I think this first one that we saw. Oh, hold on. Levels are still okay. Good. Thank you. But yeah, so like, this one was DJ and I got his sticker too. It's pretty cool. So yeah, this was kind of like I think at this point on the Friday, this was the only block, the only thing, the only stage that had things going on. There was an opening ceremony later on the big stage, but that was also just kind of like a DJ set. But yeah, no, it was alright. It's I'll point it out here, I guess. But it's something that I noticed and I really enjoy about it. This stage in particular, but some of the others too, is that there's like a really sort of there's a real community aspect or like a vibe to it. It's like all of the artists, would just like hang out. You might know someone who is performing. So you might go to their set or something, and they can just like pull you up to the stage, and you sometimes you end up with like just groups of people just having fun and just hanging out. And it's like everything like it's just like flawless vibes just across the board. Like I have like in the whole weekend, like throughout the whole weekend, like there was not a single bit of conflict. Like I didn't see anyone like getting in a fight. Like everyone is just like super chill. It's just like you do you. and like everyone just lets you do whatever the fuck you want, you know. It's really fun. It's really cool. Just so much positivity, honestly. It just really like so unlike the UK on a regular day, I think. You know. uh yeah, so like this was kind of like the handover. This was RIVS reuse. I looked this guy up afterwards. It's a guy called Rios, I guess. We would pronounce it that way. But yeah, it was fun too. Um, this was a bit more, just jungle, a bit more old school stuff. Um, But yeah, and also like across the board, it was pretty easy. I think most of the stuff that I have is taken from like the first row or the second row or something. So like overall, it was pretty easy to get a good spot if you wanted to. And then yeah, so like in terms of like the programming, that was basically some of the stages would have themes kind of, or like there would be specific blocks, right, that would have like a specific focus on a specific genre. uh there's I'll show you. I think it's coming up actually, but there's a stage. It's like one of the smaller one, or like the smallest one, probably the smaller than this one. That is that was kind of turned into like the meme stage, because it had like all of the like really wacky sort of happy hardcore sort of like uh, 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 or like remixes of like pop songs and stuff like that. Um, so, yeah, I have I would probably on average I probably have like 3 or 4 little clips. Oh, this one is rotated. I think it's the only one I have, and I forgot to turn it around. But this was let me just check the timestamp on this, because I don't know. I think this is Spiny. This is a different stage. I think we just kind of like popped over to have a look around. Oh shit. Hello Shindigs, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, so anyway, sorry for this particular video is rotated. But it was, so this stage. This one is slightly bigger. This one had most of the like techno stuff. It's a slightly more industrial, kind of like dingier one. This one would typically get like flooded with just fog. They had like fog machines pretty much on all the time. Okay. Now, uh, super important. A key aspect of this festival. The thing that drives the whole thing, and I'm not even joking. Like, this is the fuel. This is the life essence of the Bankface weekender. It's Buckfast. Now, Buckfast is uh uh I've seen it described. I described it like that too in my tweet about it. But I've heard it being described as medieval for loco, which I think is super apt. It's this okay. So again, this is the shop, right? So there is a what is a Nisa local. So Nisa is a specific is like a franchise, that has like a local sort of like small shop also in this building. It's basically like a small sort of like corner store kind of vibe, right? So like when I went to uni here in the UK, the halls that I was living in had a Nisa local just around the corner. So it was that kind of shit, right? Where you just like, oh, you need some bread, or you need, you could sometimes get like a meal deal or some shit, just like basic stuff. Right? And so they have this thing. So this is all you know all these shelves, this is all Buckfast. These boxes here, in the back, that's also Buckfast. This whole thing, uh, this is just like chock full of it, right? Now, so what is Buckfast? I've got a picture here of the label. Hopefully you can read it. So it's a tonic wine, made by some monks in Buckfast Abbey in Devon in the southwest of England. Um, that is basically red wine, right? Like a tonic wine. It's pretty sweet. But it contains 30 milligrams of caffeine per 100 milliliters. So this is like like Red Bull levels, I guess. I don't know how much. Probably more than Red Bull. I think Red Bull is like 20 odd milligrams, at least here in the UK, per 100 milliliter. So this is like the kind of shit that would probably get banned otherwise. I'm surprised that it's still, that it's still legal. I had actually hold on. Let me give me a second. I think it's important for context. I might be able to pull it up just to show you. Um, fuck. Uh, I might need to turn that back on. There was a Bugfast explainer. Oh shit. This one. Ancient Mysteries Explained.
Today, I'm going to talk about.
Hold on. I'm just gonna show you this just for the sake of context because it's really funny. I think.
Today, I'm going to talk about the most sacred broth known to mankind. Buckfast.
This is British
This
culture
potent
right
elixir was so beneficial to my spiritual growth that it almost ripped my life to shreds. This beverage was popularised by the working class youth of Glasgow. The phenomenon of Buckfast culture made its way overseas to Ireland to become the most beloved brew of Galway natives, along with other people who've lost it all in Paddy Power. Buckfast is sometimes referred to as a bottle of "what the fuck are you looking at?" or liquid speed, because it has the same amount of caffeine in it as 8 cans of Red Bull. If you drink enough of it, the effects of the alcohol mixed with the caffeine work against each other, and you'll eventually get so drunk that you get sober. It's believed every time a bottle of Buckfast gets smashed off someone's head, the glass releases the trapped souls of journalists who sensationalised Buckfast as a drink that makes you aggressive. Because, at the time, that seemed more interesting than reporting that it is in fact aggression that makes you aggressive. Perhaps the most significant phenomenon of Buckfast culture is the serial numbers on the bottom of the bottle, ranging from 1 to 15. Many believe this is to do with where it was placed in the drum. Number 1 being the most sought after bottle, and then number 15 being the bottom of the barrel. But legend has it that these numbers actually correspond to how many years Buckfast will shave off your life expectancy. Experts argue that kids that grew up liking the taste of Calpol ended up being drawn to Buckfast like starving moths to a lampshade. In a good way. The scientists say that Buckfast gets you fucked fast, which is why it's the perfect concoction for those that are trying to escape their devastatingly anxious mind. Buckfast was originally sold as a medicine, made by the monks in Buckfast Abbey in Devon, England. People who drink Buckfast are some of the most spiritual people I know. They aren't drinking it to get drunk, they're drinking it to get well. They're still searching for the health benefits, but these inebriated mystics believe it can be found somewhere within the next bottle. Once they wipe the blood off their face and pay someone to fix the glass door panel they just walk right through. Namaste.
Namaste. Anyway, yeah, so that was Ancient Mysteries Explained, Buckfast. Yeah. Do you want to try it so bad? Honestly, it's
Oh man. Oh, it's
wait,
it's
fuck.
like paint
Autoplay.
thinner in hell.
Shut up. Okay. It does kind of smell like a little bit like paint thinner. So I mean it's basically like it's like tonic wine, really. Or I don't know. I guess it's kind of close to like maybe like some kind of a port or something. I don't know what you would describe. It's kind of like there was a short period where I was able to try pre-ban for Loco. Yeah, honestly, this might very well be it. I never got to try for Loco, or especially not the original formula, so I wouldn't know. But it's basically like, I mean, this is like you know like it's the equivalent of something like Jaeger bombs, I guess. Kind of. It's just weird that you can just buy it, you know, just at a shop, and you don't, you don't have to like mix anything for yourself. Which I don't know if I don't know if Jaeger bombs, that's an aside, but I don't know if For Loca tastes terrible and always has. Okay. I mean, this is like drinkable. This is drinkable. I don't normally drink red wine. I if I want to get wasted on wine, I will probably go for like a white wine uh first. But this is kind of like, it's kind of sweet. It does kind of taste like cough medicine. Like it's like spiced wine is what I would describe it as. It's certainly drinkable. Like, you know, it like they didn't. It wasn't refrigerated at the shop. And so we were drinking it as is. And it was fine. Also, just to point it out, they made a comment about the numbers at the bottom, the serial thing, about how it went from 1 to 15, 1 being the best and 15 being the worst. This bottle has a 25. So make of that what you will. I don't know if that's all urban legends. Maybe like the 15 was never, it was never meant to mean anything. Um, maybe they changed in recent years, but if that's any indication, that's like 25 years right off my life expectancy. uh, you know but it's whatever. It was fun, it was all right. Anyway, so that was, this important to point out, right? So this was our first break. We just popped into the shop, picked one of these up, drank it in like probably an hour, and just went back for Boblo 7. Yes. Okay. So wait, no, not Boblo 7. This was the opening ceremony. So this is the big stage. So we weren't really like going to hang out here much. We kind of like set the plan up in advance, and we figured we might as well check it out. It wasn't much of a ceremony. It was just kind of like a DJ set. Maybe at some point someone came in, picked up a mic and then said hi, welcome, all that kind of shit. But it was basically that. But yeah, so this is the big stage. Just to show you, I guess. Yeah, so classic affairs. So you have like a pretty big stage with like screens on either side. Yeah, I have a couple of these, but yeah. Anyway, we didn't spend that much time there. Okay, now. So this is the. Sorry, maybe I should be referring to them by name, but even then they are still a bit confusing. So this big room that we just saw was the bang room, the one with the techno in it. I guess you can describe it that way. Is the face room, and then this is the hard crew room. So this is kind of like a tiny room that is just covered, that has like this black top all over. It's got this tiny stage set up on here, and then yeah, it's like, I don't know, like 10 meters, or like, what is that, like 30 feet by 50? I don't know. It's like pretty small. And Yeah. So this one had like all of these sort of like sillier, you know, sets. So this was Boblo 7, whose sticker I think I also have. License to Pop, Agent Pablo 7. Kind of like, yeah, it's a cute little sticker. But yeah, so you know, lots of like clown shit, baby shit. You know, people wearing diapers, pacifiers, all sorts of like costumes. But it was fun. It was fun. It would get insanely hot by the end of the day, so we tried to avoid it as much as possible because you know you get 100, 200 people in a room like this. You know, everyone's dancing around. You've got the lights. You know, all of this. Basically, like no air conditioning. You know, they have like some fans. I think they had a portable AC unit at the back of the room at some point. But it's like it does nothing. Like you could just like walk past this room, and the like hot warm air, you know, coming out of it would just like hit you in the face. It was insane. Like yeah, you just like go in for a set and then you would come out just completely just soaking wet. But uh still fun though. Lots of like meme shit, you know, like covers. So like Mist, for example. You know. Or like this. Oh, okay, that was a very short clip, but yeah, that was the Pokemon theme. Nyan Cat. I might have a bunch of these because I was just like every time that just a silly song or like something that was a dumb a cover or remix came up, I would just record it. But yeah. Oh, also, I guess for context, so one of the things that they do as well at Bankface, you will see loads of things that are just like what is basically just white background with impact font, like thing, like bits of phrases on them, right? So that's like a thing that is like pretty standard. Like people, so like if you get merch, for example, if you order Bankface merch, you can put whatever phrase you want onto it. They'll just like do a custom print for you. You can buy these like cardboard signs to hold up at the shows, so you can get those printed. I think you can get custom ones for those as well. You have to like order them in advance, and then they just ship them to you. But sometimes they just hand them out at gigs with like random phrases on them. So it's like a kind of like a common theme or a common occurrence to find to have all of these. And then basically what they do a lot of the time is that part of the visuals in the background will just have just like all of these ones that have been written for this particular weekender, or things that people have submitted or whatever, so they have like a big collection of them and they just like flash them up. This time around there was a lot of like royal related stuff, on account of the coronation. But yeah, I don't know, it's just like sort of 2010s era like internet stuff, or like like meme style stuff with the impact font. God, I really do have a bunch of these. I think this might be the set that I have most videos from. But yeah, it was great. It was fun. Okay. Moving on. This was I think this was Talia. So this is back again in the face room. Yeah. Very cool too. Also, I like only really kind of like realized on the second day after, you know, we went to most of these, but like shout out to women. So many so many of the like no joke, like probably like 60, 70, maybe even more like percent of the sets that we went to, it was like female DJs. So, you know, that was cool. But yeah, shout out. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Can I do I don't know if it will let me do it. No, I might need to do it in Twitch. I can do a shout out. There we go. Anyway, but yeah. So I mean, yeah, this is fun. And then from here, we moved on to Gorshit. So Gorshit was one of the sets that I was actually most looking forward to. It's so good. But yeah. Do you give does the women account even exist? Is it one of those that got banned or something? Is that TV? I guess if it let me shout it out, it probably exists still. It's got 478 followers. Damn. We need to support women more. Okay. Anyway, but yeah. So this was Gorshit. It does exist. Nothing on it. Oh well. Yeah. This was a lot of fun. Honestly, like, like it doesn't. Like it might not feel or like seem like much. I don't know. Like, but it was just there was so many like original, like so interesting. You know, just really cool, like very cool stuff. This is a pretty long video. He had some like technical difficulties, and it was just like really funny that like everyone was like supporting him. Everyone was just like cheering him on. It was like, it's okay, man, take your time. You know, he was like, talk amongst yourselves. You know, but it was nice. It was a really like wholesome moment. I thought that, you know, for something that just wasn't working, everyone was like super nice about it. You know, but yeah, I'm not gonna like play the whole thing, but you know, it was nice. It was nice. But yeah, shout out to cool shit. That was fun. And then we went back to the base room. So this was Guildborn. So this was sort of like the towards the end of the night. Well, you know, end of the night. This was 3 a.m. So like this is kind of like what this room ended up becoming. You know, towards the end, it was like a lot more sort of like hardcore stuff. But yeah, it's good shit too. Yeah. But yeah, especially for these ones, I did put the like, you know, warning, you know, epilepsy warning for most of these. I think especially this stage was like pretty rough. I don't have any pictures. I mean, this first day was pretty busy in general, so I don't really have. We didn't really have much time to kind of like take breaks. I think we had like an hour in between here and there, so you know. Our first break was that bit where we dragged the bot first, and then I think we got some food from the chibi or something. That was fun. Someone just went like whoa 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 whoa. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I still have a few of these. Oh, okay. I think this is the last one. Oh, I stuck my finger in there. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, we're back to the 909. Basically, pretty much immediately, people started putting stickers on it, and every time I went past it, I would have a look. So I've got a bunch of like random pictures on my camera roll of just the various stickers that people put on it. So I have like trans rights. More trans rights. We got these like blowhigh, like funny shark stickers were all over the place. Big fan. So they had like I'll show they'll show up later, but they had like pretty much any a pride flag that you can think of. There was a non-binary one. I saw like a lesbian pride, I think, and gay pride as well. This sticker here. Incredible stuff. This human is made from non-metal substrate, therefore has no scrap value. I have no idea what the context is, but I think it's sick as fuck. It was really funny to me. Oh yeah, here we go. There's the non-binary one. What is here was dangerous and repulsive to us. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is back on the big stage. I think at this point we just kind of like walked past. So this was Hellfish. There's Hellfish, Death Chant. I don't know if that's like I guess the group. Yeah. We kind of just walked past, but it's probably a good time to point out that they've got like you'll see it later on, but one of the things that they do in this room is they just throw all sorts of like inflatables in there. So like fucking pine or not pine trees, palm trees, like floaters, fucking balls, sticks, clubs, all sorts of like random shit, and then they just like chuck them out in the crowd. So it was always full of stuff bouncing around. So yeah, I think we basically checked this out because we had a couple of things that we wanted to have a look at the same time. So I think we ended up going back to so this is the Queen Vic again. So this is no hypothesis. Was fun too.
We know what kind of noise bang represents, one with a sharp onset and some short reverb that often leaves a briefly lingering effect on the ears. It's made by a normal-sized thing. Smaller or less hollow than boom, but bigger and not as hard as pain.
Now I remember why I kept this video. You know, TikTok DTS appreciator. Yeah.
I suppose it's traditional to say something before we draw.
Yeah, so and I think this actually might be the last bit of the night. This was at like after 4 a.m. Now important context for all of this, and the reason why the Buckfast was so crucial for me to even be able to make it to this point is that I basically had not slept the night before this, because in order for me to get to Manchester around noon, I basically had to leave from down south, from Bristol, at like 5:30 or something, which basically meant that I had to leave the house, you know, like even before that. I ended up taking two coaches up north, and then we had to take another train from Manchester, and then the bus from Southport to the venue, which another point, I guess, just in terms of like understanding how the logistics works. So this is the sort of like the main site, right? So this is where, you know, all the music happens, and this is where most people where most of, well, where the main accommodation is, right? But because the weekender has gotten so big lately, they have started adding rooms that you can get in hotels in Southport. So basically, the way that works is that there you know, you can buy a ticket, you get a wristband still, uh, but you know, you would be staying in a hotel room in the main city itself, and then there's a shuttle bus, basically a coach that takes people to and from uh the venue once an hour. So last year we didn't manage to get, because I you know, we bought the tickets pretty late, so we ended up staying in the hotel. We relied on the bus quite heavily. This time around, we did manage to get a chalet. So, uh, but because like food options were pretty limited on site, we did, you know, go into like Southport proper for most of our meals. So we would just like go to like a spoons, you know, like a, which again is a whole other. I'll show you. There will be pictures of it, I think. But like Weatherspoons is this franchise, is this chain of pubs that is like really pretty fucking cheap. They normally have like okay food, you know, but it's like mostly just like pub classics, you know, like your burgers and steaks and whatever the fuck. But it's like your typical sort of British British pub, you know, every town, every major, you know, or like even minor city will have at least, you know, one or two of them. um you know, there's like hundreds around the country, but it's like a very specific place, right? It's got like a very specific, very fucked sort of like Anglo vibes. You know. But yeah, it's cheap, so we ended up going to Spoons anyway. But yeah, so what was I even saying? Yeah, so I had slept like a couple hours maybe on the coach. Like I think I managed to get like an hour or two worth of just the absolute worst, you know, dog shit sleep, you know, on a bus basically. Um so yeah, at this point we were just dead. We were just dead. We went back to the room, you know, and had some sleep. So this is day 3. Um the Saturday. I maybe I should have made like sort of like interstitials, or like, you know, just have like a little title card or something. Oh well. So this is the chalet. This is the inside. I kind of like, I mean, not spoiled it, but I've already just shown you, like what some of these chalets look like from the inside. Um, but this was ours. So you've got like the little kitchenette, with your kettle. Wait, hold on. You know, you've got your kettle. You've got your shitty like particle board furniture, from the 90s. There's like a crappy shower in here. It was like one of those push button showers, where like same kind of like tap, like the taps in like a a public restroom or something, where you have to like press it and it will just like uh, uh water will flow for however long. This one you basically had to like keep it pressed. So you would always have like, one hand on the button as you were trying to shower, or you would have to like, like soap up first and then like wash it off. It was a nightmare. It was an awful shower experience. But like, yeah, like this is the vibe, right? It's just like shitty like linoleum, um yeah, just super cheap. You know, there's I don't know if you can see it, but there's like the wall is kind of fucked. It's been sort of like patched up or like painted over. Um, you know. Anyway, yeah, this was the shitty TV that we had. That was kind of like very shoddily just bolted onto this thing. There has to be covering bullet holes or something. I mean, maybe not bullet holes, but like it wouldn't surprise me if someone had like thrown some shit at it or something. It's also got this like weird texture. Um, this was, I assume, built in the 90s, so it might not be asbestos. But like it's got like this kind of like weird, almost like cardboard like texture to it. Um, where it was like kind of, it may be, I don't know, but it was like shitty paper stuff, right? um Anyway, it just so happened to be the coronation. We missed the very beginning, or like, probably most of it, because we rolled out of bed at like 1 p.m. and I think it started like a couple hours earlier. But they were broadcasting it in on Bankface TV, which is another important point. You'll see that the TV has the words "property of Pontins" just burnt into it. It's like someone took like a, you know, uh, uh either like a like a soldering iron, or something, and it just like kind of like burnt it in there, just freehand, which I thought was really funny. But yeah, so Bankface TV, right? Was that it was so good. I tried to make it. I tried to take all my pictures so that you could see it. It's a very nice detail, I think. But yeah, so they were doing this thing, right, where like, if you tuned into a specific channel in your in your chalet, they would broadcast essentially 24/7. They had this programming thing where they had a room next to the pool where they would broadcast from. They had like a pretty sort of uh, uh I mean, it looked okay. It was like a pretty decent like green screen setup. They had a couple like DJ sets in there. So throughout the day, they would play music from there and they would broadcast it on here, or they would just do like random like fucking avant-garde uh, uh I don't even know, like weird experimental like comedy stuff. And then throughout the night, they would show like either old cartoons or movies or documentaries. You name it. It was overall it was okay. Like, whenever we were at the chalet, we would just turn it on and just see whatever the fuck they were showing. So they had this thing on where uh there was a guy one of the hosts, he was like commenting on it. So he, wearing like the shitty crown. He had like the co-host was an inflatable skeleton, probably stolen from the or taken from the bank room. And they were like making all sorts of like disparaging comments about it. Uh, let's see. Oh, they had like a big cutout of Prince Andrew's head. So they would like pull it in. Um, he was like interviewing or like asking questions, right? So he was like, oh, Prince Andrew, what's your favorite part so far? And he'll do the voice, and he's like, ooh. I like the core boys. They're very pretty and they have very nice mouths and stuff. And it was like, oh, okay, all right, mate. Just kind of like really just fucking taking the piss. You might not be able to hear any of this. Is it really quiet?
King is back in the building. They took the crown off.
That might be really quiet.
Heavy is the head that bears the crown, so they say.
He's like, heavy is the head that bears the crown, etc., etc. Talking about their big ears and stuff. I don't know. Whatever. This was funny. They had a WhatsApp number, so you could text in. This is the ideal way. This was like, honestly, if it hadn't been for this, I wouldn't have watched it. Much like this person who wrote in to say, oh wait, hold on, you can't see the whole thing, but they wrote in to say, "Oi, you tricked me into actually watching all this shite." Which, yeah, rude. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have been watching either. So they basically had like a public WhatsApp number where you could just like, text in and just say shit. From Chalet 30, the next coronation in 7 to 5 years should be held at Pontins. That was fun. I like the 5 to 7 years bit. I think at some point they asked him to put a shoe on Prince Andrew's head because of course. Got some more pictures from around the place. So this is Donkey Wrong. That's where the Dino Land was. It's just kind of like on the side. There was this other guy, which is like a smiley, smiley face. No Gabba the Hutt. No Gabba the Hutt this time around. So Gabba the Hutt is a I think for the past couple years he was like a very popular, like inflatable. It was like one of these inflatable things, right? But it was just Jabba the Hutt. But they would call him Gabba the Hutt, which I thought was fun. But he didn't make an appearance this time around, unfortunately. There was another one. I think I have a picture of him later on. But yeah, there was like the go-kart track. There's Bankface TV. You might be able to see it if I zoom in enough. I don't know. Oh, I think it's. Hold on. Yeah. So it's kind of like on the side. It's just like one of these rooms. The door was always open, so like presumably you could just walk in and just like show up on TV if you wanted to. But yeah. So on Saturday mornings they do there's a pool party where you can go into basically the indoor pool, and they also have DJ sets in there. It's very limited. There's very limited room, so we didn't really bother because by the time we woke up, I think people were already queuing up for it. I think all of these people that were queuing out here, I don't think they ever made it in because the way that it's set up, like it's unless people also come out, you're not going in. So that line, that queue might take however long people want to stay in. So if someone shows up and just stays there for the whole like 3 hours or 4 hours or how long that was, I think it was 3 to 6 p.m. So it says on the thing like very limited capacity. So like we didn't attempt it. Maybe next year. Maybe maybe we'll plan ahead and we'll actually make it to the pool party. But it was just kind of a pain, I think. But yeah, the go-karts were on. So got a couple pictures. I don't know why I took pictures of the rules. You know, always drive in a safe manner, etc. I don't know, just like random bits. Yeah. So here's a map. This is kind of like what it looked like. We were kind of like we were staying around here, so we were pretty close to the main venue. Thankfully, we didn't have to like walk across the whole site. Oh yeah. I think there's a video that I tweeted as is. Oh yeah, you can see kind of like people in there just hanging out in swimsuits and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think this just like perfectly encapsulates the vibe, you know? Just like go-karts going around, like music. You could get those like little pedal powered little fun cars. Oh yeah, this is the other inflatable like mascot. They put the poster on him. But yeah, this is what the shop looks like from the outside. It's just like a shitty like Nisa local. You know, but yeah, and then this is the entrance. Yeah, mini golf again. It's just like, you know, like people wearing like all sorts of like silly hats and outfits and like raver outfits or whatever. This is at 4 p.m. Yes, Inflatorland. So this is the main stage. This is the big room, the bang room. Again, much like the pool party, they would set up these like inflatable like bouncy castle type things, so you could hang out here for a couple hours. Yeah, it's a jungle run. Get it? You know, but yeah, no, it was fun. It was fun. This went on for a couple hours as well, and then they like cleared it out and got it ready for that night. Okay, right. Into the programming again. So after all of that was done, I think in between, let me just pause that real quick. So in between, I think we went into town and got some breakfast, or probably had a burger. You know, my friend got some fish and chips because like you know, like the novelty of the thing. You know, like if you're in the UK and you don't come here often or whatever, just like get some fish and chips, I guess. But yeah, and so we kind of like went out, came back in, and then we basically started just checking things out. So this was again the Queen Vic. This is from a programming block called Yellow Machines. This was Champa B, which was really fun actually. Shout out to him. I think this was the only set that I saw that was like exclusively done using vinyl. So he had like, you know, 2 turntables, and he would like mix stuff like exclusively from vinyl, which was cool. There were a few people later on that kind of like used them, but you know, nowhere near as common. But yeah, pretty good. We didn't have this originally on the plan, but I'm glad that we checked it out, because it's probably like one of the coolest sets, weirdly enough. I think at some point I was like inspired by all the photographers that were around. I tried to take a couple of shots that were kind of like, you know, properly zoomed in, you know, like the kind of stuff where it's like the kind of stuff that would end up potentially in like a compilation of some kind, or like a you know, after the fact sort of like party video. But they look like dog shit because it was so dark and like phone camera won't compete. But like I do have a couple of these. Nice. But yeah. Oh. Random sticker again. Random sticker moment. I took so many pictures of like just like random bullshit. I don't know. This one I thought it was funny. This is probably I don't know. I guess that's like an Instagram handle or something. This is not an endorsement. I didn't check it out, but I thought it was a funny sticker to have. Just they had all of these like all over the like bathroom and stuff. I don't know if you have anything like this in the US. I don't remember. If you have like a shavers only specific plugs or something. I feel like that has to do probably with the UK electrical grid or like the electrical installation at homes being like dog shit. That they have like this weird competing standard where you can have like a certain certain like shavers or like electric toothbrushes and stuff that will have like a different plug to the standard British one. That kind of looks like the two-prong plug that they have in Europe, but isn't the same for some reason. I don't know. So this is like basically like a take on that. Is like the same kind of like classic like little sticker that they would have. Anyway, I thought it was funny. So I took a picture. But yeah, I think yeah, and then I went right back. So this was from the next programming block. This was Das Booty, or the Das Booty block. So this guy is Tensor. That was pretty cool too. It's got the I don't know if this is like, I suspect it might be like Cyberdog kind of fit. It's got the like silver vest with the, you might be able to see it, I don't know, it's got like like a colored plexi or like epoxy panel lined bracer, I guess. Got that like big chunky, probably like Vitali chain. I don't know. It was funny. Yeah, pretty fun. Oh yeah, yeah. That no doubt mix. Yes. Nice. More 909 stickers. ¿Qué está pasando? I picked one of, well, not picked up. I ran into the people who were sticking these around. It was like a group of Spanish people. Had a nice chat with them in the shop. So I've got one of the stickers. But yeah. I'm on twitch.tv, so I will not tell you, and I cannot tell you to do cat. Don't take this as an endorsement. Disclaimer. Um let's make bioweapons. Oh yeah, there's another blowhigh. I guess that's is that how you pronounce it? Aside as an aside, I guess is the Swedish way. I don't know. This is a random picture that I took back at the chalet. So this is all the like pet testing like stickers from the electric like smart meter that we had. I just made a note of the year. So this was the first date that I could find was April 98. So presumably that's when this was built. You know, or at the very least, like that's the sort of last time it was properly like overhauled or something, and then you know it's being kind of like tested on a yearly basis or whatever. But I think that this just like dates it in a very very specific way. I thought that was fun. Then we went out for lunch again. So this is Southport. I took a picture of this motherfucking seagull. This is an important thing to point out. You might have seagulls around where you live. I don't know if they get as big as the ones in the UK, but they get so fucking enormous, and they are such assholes. I hate them so much. They're just fucking everywhere. You know, in like coastal cities, and they feel no remorse. They will fucking steal the food out of your hand. It's insane. It's insane. I just felt like I needed to point this out. Cuz yeah, I don't know. It's just really really silly. But yeah, heading back, it's fairly nice sunset. I don't know, it doesn't look like much on here. But yeah, this was this is like 9 p.m. Like it really does get dark pretty late. As like summer approaches. We are quite far north. But yeah, and then back into it again. All fueled up, you know, had dinner. So this is Melati. This is back on the Queen Vic stage. This was a really fun set too. It had probably one of my favorite moments is coming up. I did post that one on Twitter too. Oh, here we go. Okay, oh, maybe not. Not yet. Oh, here we go. This is it. So I don't know how many of you are familiar or like American specifically, because as I found out a couple of weeks ago, this might be something where it's like a cultural, there's a cultural divide between like Europeans and like English-speaking Americans, because I think in Latin America it was massive. But there's, I don't know if you're familiar with acerejé or the or las ketchup or like las ketchup, as you would pronounce it in Spain. But it was basically this pop group from Spain in the early 2000s that had this hit single called Acerejé that had the like funny dance that, you know, it's like a Macarena style sort of like spiritual successor, right? Where it had the dance and you would learn it, and it was like a whole thing, like uh, uh the fever swept the continent. And uh uh I realized because a couple weeks ago when it was Picky's birthday, Picky channel here on Twitch, shout out. Because she's from Mexico, and it was or like originally, and she was saying that like this was like massive. This was massive there too, because yeah. So we, long story short, she had a like a VR birthday party, and she invited pretty much everyone to just stop by if they wanted to, and we ended up going to a world that had, you know, like like a video player where you could basically play stuff from YouTube and stuff. And like someone put on, I don't know if it was her or like someone else maybe, put on a set of hair, and it was like a whole thing. It was like there were like so many people there that just didn't know what it was. So I don't know, but like it was just really funny to me. This was just like peak. Um, yeah, here we go. So I posted this on Twitter, and I also immediately went to Picky's Discord and I put it in there because I was like, this needs to be here. Like, if incredible things are happening, and the bugs need to be made aware of this. So she was like, "Yo, the fucking Asero mix." But yeah, that was really fun. Oh, okay. And then moving on to Sherelle. So Sherelle I had seen last year as well. And I had seen some of her sets, like Boiler Room stuff. It was really cool. This was like I guess she does a lot more sort of sort of like footwork kind of stuff. Oh fuck. But yeah, she was really cool too. Really nice vibe. So this was again the big stage, right? So uh you know these always felt like it just a really big party. Yeah, a couple of people on stage. So I think this was Lucy Stoner, who performed later on. It was also really fun. Oh.
This tune's for Princess Diana. Lizzie, rest in peace.
Don't forget that this was on the coronation, still the day of the coronation, essentially, right? So but yeah, yeah. Again, I think that was Lucy Stoner. I'm not sure who the other girl was. But it was like pretty hot, so they were like, they had the fans out and stuff. To which there was this girl going around just putting, like with the signs with the impact font, right? So she was like showing these around. Yeah, so she wrote that. She was like asking for people to take pictures of her. Yeah, let me fan you off to Sherelle is what it says. Yeah, you can read it. But yeah, no. Really nice vibes. I really enjoyed this. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah. Random picture. Yeah, so this is these signs, right? This is the kind of stuff that they would have. I took a picture of this one in particular. I thought was really funny. My parents paid for my modular. um, but yeah. But yeah, again, it's just like I don't know. There was just like there was something like really fun about the whole thing. It was just like really kind of even on like a big stage like this, you know, like relatively big, you know, like it was like one of the bigger or like the biggest one, right? But there was just something like really close and like personal about it, you know, like people would just come in and like, you know, I mean obviously not just like random people from the crowd, right? But like, you know, if you knew someone as an artist, you know, who's performing or whatever, like it would just like bring you on, and it was just like really nice vibes. This is the last one. I think this might be the last one. I'm sure. I don't know why this one is. Oh, I don't know why this one was so long. This one over a while. I don't know why I made this video so long. But yeah, that was basically the end of it. And then yeah, so that was followed by Fatima Haji. That was like, this was fun. This was the I kind of like described as like almost like Chimo Bio Core. That's like an ultra. That's a super deep cut. There's like the Spanish DJ called Chimo Bio, and he would wear like these kind of like, you know, like boiler suit kind of, or like flight suit kind of vibe, you know, with like the fucking torches, or like, you know, like flashlights on the gloves, and like, you know, on the and the glasses and stuff. I don't know. The Prodigy remix. Not even the last one of the night. But you know, it's fine. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I don't mean that as a. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It was just funny because I think I might even have a video of it later on. But it was funny that it was like. I think someone else had an unrelated Prodigy mix as well. Got some random pictures. Yeah. Oh, this one. Take me to a vet. I posted it because I thought it was funny. I want to be clear, it's not like a soft tweet or anything. It's not calling out any furries watching or anything like that. But yeah. Oh yeah, more stickers. I think. Yeah, like most of these, I guess, are like artists and people who just kind of like post their stuff. You know. Redonkulous Records, Chipmunks Punk. I'm not. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily advise you to scan QR codes out there. But maybe this is some chiptune artist. Yeah, I think at some point this was towards the end of the second day. I didn't take a picture of it because I refused, but I think someone some crypto nerd put like a Monero sticker on here, and I was like, come on, man, just take that shit off. And then like by the time I like walked past and came back in like 10 minutes or something, it was gone. Like it wasn't me who took it off, but it's just like, you know, it's clearly wasn't the only one. Yeah, so we went back to at this point we went back to the chalet for a little bit. This was oh, okay. It's just music links. I mean, I figured, but you know, it's just, you know, yeah. So we got back, and this was at like 4 a.m. right, and they were showing took the risk. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Thank you for potentially taking that hit. This looks like these pictures might look like dog shit. But it was 4 a.m. and they were showing Beyond the Mat, which is this wrestling documentary from I guess the early 2000s. I think, I don't know. It's like WWF kind of stuff. So yeah, look at this asshole. Oh, it's very good. If depressing, okay. I unfortunately didn't have a chance to watch the whole thing. But I'll check it out. It seemed like the kind of thing that would be very very poignant. Oh, I think that's the only these are the only pictures I have of it. But yeah, I don't think I took any pictures of the other program or like other stuff that they had on, but I think this night they were showing they had what's it called? Is it Cow and Chicken? That Cartoon Network show. They played an episode of Futurama. There was like a random David Attenborough documentary at some point. So like really all sorts of stuff. But mostly like kind of like nostalgia, sort of 90s or like early 2000s. You know, like weird TV stuff. Excuse me. But yeah, and yeah. So at this point, we went back in. I think this is the last show of the night that we checked out. This was a Somniac one. Back again in the face room. But yeah. I'm actually surprised that the videos came out okay, because this was so fucking loud. But like this stage was so over the top. I was expecting all of these videos to just come out like fucking static, you know, just all peaking. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Prodigy mix number 2, or sample rather. But yeah, like I mean, obviously not comparable because the microphone in that thing is dog shit. But I have taken my 3DS to shows before, you know, just for shits and giggles, you know, to do the meme of like, yo, I'm at 100 gigs and there's this person recording stuff on a DS or a 3DS, right? So I've got a couple of those recordings. I posted them onto Twitter, so you might be able to find them. But yeah, like that thing or that microphone is just like not prepared for it, obviously. And so like whenever you look at a video, it's just like fucking it's just noise. It's just peaking the whole time. But yeah, I mean, this is a terrible picture. I don't know why. Oh, I think I kept it in. Um, you won't be able to read it, but there was this guy who had a T-shirt, right? It was just like the standard uh uh you know, like bang face merch tee. That had the text on the back that says "Who shat in my oven?" And that just felt so oddly specific. Okay, but did you get any Street Pass hits on said 3DS? I think I got one. Um, I think I got one, but it wasn't even at the Gex show. It was at the Anamanaguchi gig. I went to one of those. God, I guess early 2022 ish. So like, well, not early. It might have been like around this time of year. It might have been like April or May. I don't remember when it was. On that night, I did get like 3 or 4 Street Pass hits. I did see multiple people bring like, you know, like various like meme consoles to record Gex with. I think there was another 3DS. There might have been like a DSi, um, a PS Vita as well. But I don't remember. I don't remember if I got any Street Passes that time around. Also, none of them. I also went to see Machine Girl last year, and none there either. But then again, like that one, I wasn't expecting nearly as much. But yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Uh, uh, basically, this T-shirt said "Who shat in my oven," and it just struck me as something that is like so oddly specific and such, because this is like a custom phrase, right? So he must have ordered this T-shirt, you know. He went on the website. He says, "I want you to print this custom T-shirt with this text," and that's what he wrote. So like, to me, that implies that this is something that actually genuinely happened, and it wouldn't surprise me if this is the kind of stuff that happened, you know, at Bangface. Like the kind of stories that you hear sometimes, you know, of like the things that people get up to in their chalets is crazy. Like, um, you know, I think last year someone filled up like a bathtub with gravy. Um, uh, there are other things that are, you know, uh, uh way too inappropriate to discuss on Twitch, so I'm not gonna say, you know, but like anything that you can imagine, right, just goes on in these chalets. So I don't know. I just thought that was funny. Um, okay. Oop. Oh yeah. And then yeah. So Yeah, so that was Somniac 1, and then she was followed by DJ Bus Replacement Service, which was actually quite funny. We were kind of like getting ready to leave around here, so we didn't stick around for too long. But it was like an interesting interesting setup. So she had this I guess like Kim Jong Un mask, um which led to like some interesting scenes where like you know, DJ Bus Replacement Service. Yeah, you got it right. That's it. That's exactly right. Um yeah, so you know, like they were doing sort of like the handover, right? So they came in. It's a great name. It's a great name. Oh, there are so many good names that we can go through them later on, or like, you know, maybe I'll take a quick break here and I'll read out some funny ones. But like I don't know, there was just something really funny about this, you know, like they were doing the handover stuff, you know, where like the next DJ comes in and it's just like, hey, you know, are you using this, you know, mind if I just stick my, you know, my thumb drive in here or whatever, uh start prepping. And it's just like seeing them side by side and just I don't know, it was funny. They were so much shorter too, so it was like there was some like the goblin energy of like, oh, I'm just coming in and let me just like, you know, mess with some knobs while you do your thing. I don't know. But yeah, that was fun. Yeah. So I don't know. It was funny. It was funny. Yeah, we didn't stay too long, unfortunately. But yeah. Okay. All right. So let me just quick thing. Oh, speaking of funny names or like you know, like funny DJ sets and stuff. So another big tragedy, or a big tragedy of the weekend, that if we had known, we probably would have sprung, or like we would have gone for the Thursday entry, is that we missed DJ Lord of the Rings on Thursday night, which honestly really sad about. So because they're the ones responsible for the taking the hobbits to Isengard, I think. And like a bunch of other things. There was a really funny I think the SpongeBob Square Wave, which another incredible name, who was performing on the other stage at the time, posted on the Facebook group to say like you know, it's a disservice, or it's like it's a crime that I'm expected to perform, you know, on the other stage while DJ Lord of the Rings is, you know, is on the Queen Vic or whatever. Which is the smaller room, mind you. Like at that point, like SpongeBob SquareWave was playing on like the big stage. um, but yeah, yeah, no, but it was all right. It was fun. So yeah, so this was again day 4, final day. Uh, so uh again, morning programming on Bangface TV. So this is the kind of shit that they would play most of the time, I guess, throughout the day. So just like a lot of these, I think were just like random people that just came in. Hold on. Let's see how much volume I can give you. Not a whole lot. But yeah, so this was kind of like the daytime programming, which
Monday to Wednesday at Chicken Treat, when you've got the taste for a quarter chicken and chips, we'll treat you to another one.
yeah, they had like
absolutely
different themes.
free. New chicken and treat. Buy a quarter chicken and chips, get one free. Nothing like a good day's chicken. Chicken treat, I got the taste.
Yeah, fucking Jägermeister Red Bull. But yeah, this was basically like they had like a hyper value, like a brands thing where they like got together like a bunch of old ads. They had, sadly I didn't take a video of it. I wonder if any of these were recorded or if they get posted somewhere else. But they had like a really like silly video about spam. I don't know. It's just like, you know, random stuff. I think I posted this one. It's just like zero brain cells. Just incredible content. They had this like medieval bit, or like, you know, like fantasy like wizard shit, where everyone just like dressed up as medieval peasants and stuff. This is all in the span of like half an hour to an hour or something. We're just like hanging out, you know, getting breakfast, and yeah, there's this fucking spam. It's just I don't know, man. Yeah. I think at some point here I stepped out, took some pictures. Sunday was a very nice day. It was very sunny. Which it will come into play again. Or you know, I'll talk about in a little bit. But yeah, I've basically every now and then I would just stop and take a picture. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that was almost timed correctly. The clock is still off, but anyway, happy midnight, people. I need to synchronize the clock better. Note to self. Oh, Propaganda Mexicana, welcome in. How you doing? Oh my god, it was so good. Shout out by the way. Let me shout you out, because I really like your stuff. Propaganda Mexicana. Graphic designer, I guess, mainly. You stream on Twitch here, like do a bit of like gaming stuff as well. But yeah. I saw your follow the other day. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, I I have a growing collection of like Mad Breaks physical releases and stuff. And it's always fun to see your cover art on them and stuff. But yeah, a lot of your Twitter mutuals were there. Yeah. It was great. Best label. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But yeah, anyway, welcome in. If you're just tuning in, I'm just kind of like going through like the summary of the weekend, just kind of like talking about what it was like, and oh yeah, everybody with Mad Breaks shirts. I should have, in hindsight, I probably should have taken my Hatsune Miku, my astrophysics shirt. I have the older one. Well, I have both now actually. The second one just arrived while I was away. The tie-dye one. If I had received it a couple days earlier, I probably would have taken it. But yeah. Yeah, anyway, so I'm just talking about like also there's an ad break coming. Sorry if you get hit with ads. Yeah. Is the bare minimum I can get away with. Sorry. But yeah. Right. But yeah, so like every opportunity. Yo, CRT is real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all real. It's all real. Uh. Yeah, yeah. It's it's unnecessarily complicated, but I just think it's cool. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Um, but yeah, yeah. Yeah, so basically it's all I'm like outputting stuff onto them and I'm just recording it back into the PCN. So I've got 2 instances of OBS running. That's basically the gist of it. But yeah, so anyway, so I was basically like every opportunity that I would have, I would take a picture of like stuff just to kind of show off the vibe. So this is kind of like what our backyard looked like. Um, you know, this was still pretty early on, you know, but like people were already starting to like, you know, start their picnics and stuff. That's one of the things that in the UK, you know, as soon as the sun comes out, and like this is like one of the first things that I point out whenever the UK as a topic comes up, is that uh, um it's a very miserable place most of the time, but when the weather is nice, it changes completely. Like it's a completely different country, right? Like people's attitudes towards life just changes. You know, they'll go outside, they'll make the most of it. You know, they'll just like have fun. Um, so like you know, it's just interesting. Oh yeah, this was as part of the medieval theme. They had like this montage of medieval art set to Bronsky beat. And then spam again. But yeah.
Boy, body boy. Let's go over here to these
Oh, and then yeah, so like, this was basically like, I guess like improv, right? So they had like all of these people dressed up. I really appreciated the detail that they had the old-timey signs, old-timey bank face signs. So they had
Have some libation.
some
Take
libation.
a sup on something from your half-filled cup.
But yeah, I can't read most of them, but you know, it's like
This is bardy time.
it's body time.
Bard crew. Bard time, bard crew assemble.
I don't know, man.
Come ye,
It's
come
just
y'all. Come ye, come y'all, come down.
just a lot going on. Oh, here we go. Wait, hold on. What did that one say?
Boy.
Oh wait, whoops. Being wasted is such time beguiling sport. I have no idea what that one says. But yeah, they had the sticker. They were like, come down, come all, you know, come down to the studio.
Keep the loins of the men.
So they were like,
And
yeah, just,
eat it.
I don't know, man.
Feed it. Feed it. Feed it.
Oh, let us be read with mirth. Yeah, it's a shame I can't read that one. But some of these were like, you know, they're like were written in like old English, you know, and like. Anyway, so that that was like a whole thing. Took a quick picture of this because I thought it was funny. I think this was 2 separate chalets. But you know, good on them. I don't know what that one says. But yeah. Oh yeah. I just had this calypso, Paradise Punch Lemonade. It was fucking minging. It was awful. I mean, I ended up drinking it because like it's a fucking yo. How's it going, specialist? Fucking minging. Suck you there. Oh god. Oops, voice crack. But yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It was my first time trying it because you don't see it as much in the south. So you know, I went to the shop and I noticed it and I was just like picked it up. But yeah, no. That kid was right. That kid was right. It is Megan. But yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. And then so we went into town to get basically brunch. VK went well. Yeah. I mean, I'm just talking about it. Yeah. So this is kind of like the high street, I guess, of Southport, right? And like it's a shame. I wish I had taken pictures. I wish I had taken pictures of what it looked like on a regular day, because all of this would have been empty, just like super gray, super like dog shit. Whereas like this looks like a nice, it like it's a completely different scenario, right? Like the weather makes all the difference. Um, saw a cool truck. It's like a custom, like a Vanguard. I don't think this was originally a pickup. I think they did some custom body work on it. It's the fuck it edition. Yeah. So I think this bed is like custom made. Probably this like rear like panel here as well is all custom made. But it looked pretty sick. It might even have been I'm not sure. It might even have been like an EV conversion or something, because I couldn't see an exhaust on it. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm done. I take that back. Right there. Anyway. But yeah, no, it was fun. So that was brunch, British style. We missed the like proper breakfast, so they had like a slightly cut down version of it. This is the like all time brunch at fucking Spoons, but it was alright. It was tasty. But like that's the thing. So like as soon as the weather is nice, proper British food. But like that's the thing. So like as soon as the weather is nice, right? People will just go out, have a couple of pints on just like the terrace. Everyone's smiling. There's like live music. It's a different country. It's incredible. Or not live music in this case, but someone had like a little boombox. Like they were playing music. So yeah. Anyway, and then we made it back for the final day. So this was Josie B. Also a really fun set. I had seen her last year, I think. I think at that point she was in the really small room. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't realize I messed with the levels for the other stuff, so it might be too loud now. But yeah, it's called the Almond Break. I don't know. I'm not very religious. Yeah, no. But yeah, I saw her set. I think last year as well, and that one would have been in the hard crew room, which is the like really tiny one. I think they I mean, I don't want to say upgrade because it's but I think they did shift some of the or like, what am I trying to say? So like the style, I think the vibe of some of the some of the performances in the hard crew room changed a bit. Like last year, it still had like some of the meme stuff, but it also had a couple programming blocks that I think make more sense on this stage, right? So like Josie B was on this one. I think Lucy Stoner. I think the she will be coming up later, but I think that room was way too small for her. I think last year they had like I wish I had. I still have the like the program from last year, but I don't know where I put it. But they had like a retro thing at some point. I think it had some like chiptune stuff maybe. I remember that No Sleep was there last year, which is funnily enough is the reason like I found out about the whole thing in the first place, because I follow him on Twitter and he was posting about it. You know, but like he showed up with his you know Emotes, and he did a set in the like tiny room, which yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that like now this year the themes were a bit more consistent between rooms, right? So like the hard crew room did have the more sort of like meme stuff, the like, you know, sillier sort of like gabba and like pop hits and things like that. Whereas like this one was a bit more like jungle stuff. But yeah, so Josie also she also had some vinyl. That was fun. But yeah, again, and like I know I keep saying it, you know, but it's just like it's so fun to see that it's like, oh, you know, you can just show up to your friends' set, you know, or sets, and just hang out and just like go on stage, you know, take some pictures, dance around, that kind of stuff. So like, I think I said this bit, yeah. You know, it's just really, I don't know, just really cute. It really had like a sort of like community vibe to it, like a really sort of like tight knit thing, where like, you know, all of these people, you know, get to hang out. Sometimes I guess like once a year, you know, like it's a big event for like everyone to kind of like get together, you know, bring the crew together. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, this was Tony Loco. I think we took a break here, but I did catch the first track here. It's like a Japanese cover of Anita Hero. He just basically looked like he was dressed up as Theresa May, basically. Yeah, it's one of those old school raves that are still going. Yeah, like celebrating 20 years today, this year. Not 20 years of the Weekender, but 20 years of events. Like they've done like hundreds of them at this point. They do like just one-off sort of like one-night parties. They do like guest stuff at festivals, I think, like boat parties, stuff like that. So it's like a whole thing. Like Bangface is I mean, you know, like I talk about Bangface in the context of like this more often than not, of like the Weekender as is, but like there's a lot more to it. Yeah, here we go. This is literally like a couple hours after I took that other picture, you know, and it's like people just hanging outside, you know, guillotine there. Yeah, and then this was Lucy Stoner again. More of that, just kind of like people having fun on stage. Yeah. Yeah. And Stan Blackpink, you know, whatever. I don't want the K-pop stans to to come in and whatever. But yeah. There we go. I don't know. It was nice. It was just having fun with it. Black Eyed Peas mix. There was, I think, I don't know, there were a bunch of them. Like weird, silly stuff. Oh yeah. Australia mentioned? I don't know, I just took a random picture of that guy. Oh. Okay. I mean, this is probably okay for Twitch. I didn't delete this one. But this was a fucking mix of Closer. Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, here we go. Tequila. It was incredible. It was just like so much fun. Oh wait. Even better. Even better. Yeah, that was Sanka. Anchor? I don't know. Yeah, let me turn this one up a bit. Someone just went, "Oh my god!" Anyway. Got that kind of yeah. This is a Rasputin plus WAP mix. Just incredible stuff. That's for sure. Yeah, and then I think, but yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's just like such a nice vibe, you know? Just like everyone just fucking jumping around. Yeah. Whoa. Oh yeah. Toxic. Yeah. Yeah, lots of fun. And then we went out for all those flashing lights would probably be held for me IRL. Yeah, I mean it can get a bit much. Yeah, I was saying like maybe this stage was okay-ish, but like there were definitely there was some pretty sets that would be pretty rough, I think. But like overall, I mean, it's a pretty like laid back kind of thing. So like if you're overwhelmed at any point, you can always just sit it out. Like there's always like something to do. Um uh but yeah, anyway, so at this point we were like, okay, let's take a quick break, maybe get some food. So we went outside, and shock, horror, tragedy, um they're out of Buckfast, right? This is at 6 p.m. on the Sunday. There's still like essentially like 12 hours left, you know. Oh, you live vicariously through other people's dreams. Yeah. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, of course. But yeah, they were out of Buckfast, so we had to improvise. At this point, I think I ended up getting a Red Bull. Oh, what is Buckfast? Okay. Let me see if I can go back without losing my place. Oh shit. So Buckfast. Oh shit. Sorry. Buckfast is basically what is described, or what I like to describe, as medieval Four Loko. So it's a tonic wine, made by some monks in an abbey in the south of England, or southwest England, that has a shit ton of caffeine in it. So this is what the shelf looked like at the beginning of the festival. Uh, so all of this. Wait, hold on. All of this, right, is Buckfast. All of these boxes also Buckfast. It kind of like extends behind it. This was like 2 days prior. This I was saying earlier that this is the fuel. This is what basically powers the whole thing, the whole festival. This is like a cornerstone of of the whole thing. So this is what the label looks like. Uh, so yeah, made by Benedictine monks of Buckfast Abbey, Devon. It's mostly for something that is made in the south. It's mostly common, or like I think people mostly drink it in the north, because I guess northern people are built differently. So you know, but yeah, it's wine essentially, right? It's tonic wine, so it's kind of like spiced wine or something. It tastes sweet. It kind of tastes like uh kind of like cough medicine, I guess. So it's 15% by volume alcohol, and then it says 30 milligrams per 100 milliliters of caffeine. So one bottle of this is probably is like 200 and something, 250 whatever maths, milligrams of caffeine. That's like close to your maximum daily allowance, really, of what you should be taking. So um it gets you fucked fast, as we've learned, or as we've established. But yeah, so I think they made a mistake. They must have miscalculated, because I don't remember it running out that quickly last year. I don't have a picture this year, unfortunately. But I distinctly remember taking a picture last year where there was like a guy standing here, right where this guy is at the moment. Right, there was a guy who was there pretty much 24/7, like stocking up, or like like putting stuff, putting bottles onto the shelves from boxes. So like people would come in a big row, right? Grab one off the shelf, go on with their shopping, get in the queue to pay, and then this guy would basically immediately follow up by taking a bottle out of a box and putting it where the first one was, where the person just took it off. Like, I didn't see that nearly as much. I think they basically just like bought a big batch, they just put it out there, and just like whenever it was gone, which is a shame. um but uh so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I took another picture. I don't know. The flags are really funny. Yes. Anyway. Then we went back. So this is the hardcore room. This is the small one. We figured that we might as well try to go to a set here because this was relatively early in the morning. This was the second set of the day, so it wasn't like. Oh, fuck. I think that's might be very loud. At this point, it wasn't like, 40 degrees Celsius in there. Like it was still like an acceptable temperature. It hadn't like warmed up by all the people dancing and all the lights and all the shit. Because it's a very small room. So we went to this set. This is Babyest Baby. Again, more sort of like meme stuff. I think I have a bunch of videos of like these various. Yeah. Oh, they had they had an Ainsley Harriott cut out and his book. I don't know how like international this is. He's basically like a TV chef in the UK. He's very like memeable. You've probably seen like there's that one picture where he's like pouring olive oil into a pan. He's got that smile. I don't know. There's a couple of memes with his face. So they basically had like a cardboard cutout of him. But yeah, again, like this was the the name before. Okay. I don't. Yeah, he's got like a very sort of like memeable smile. He's alright. Yeah. But yeah. So like again. So this is kind of like the wacky, silly room. Like people wearing diapers and clown costumes and pacifiers and this is Babyest Baby after all. Nationalized Greg's, which again, this is kind of a Britanology stream, so I'm kind of like explaining things about the UK as I go on. So Greg's is basically this chain that does pastries mostly. Is the kind of food that so you've got like meat pies and pastries, and they've kind of like branched out, so you can probably get like paninis and sandwiches and things like that these days, or like you can get your coffee and a donut and stuff like that. But it's kind of like it's a staple, especially in the north, where like you can get a steak bakes for pretty cheap, and it's like calorie dense food, for like for the working class, I guess. Like if you work in a construction or something, or any kind of job really, you wanna get your breakfast or something, or a lunch, you would go there. So hence the but yeah, Ainsley went crowd surfing, kind of like Dunkin' Donuts Krispy Kreme. Yeah, they do a lot more like savory stuff though, but that's kind of like in the nature of like I guess in a similar vein to like how the UK has like savory or like meat pies in addition to like or like or instead of like sweet ones like the UK or like the US, right? But yeah, he made it back surprisingly. I just had to record that to actually. I wasn't expecting the cutout to make it back. I thought someone would just like take him. I think that my dad might be Paul Chuckle again. That's a bit of a deep cut. So there was like a comedy duo called the Chuckle Brothers. Very British too.
We're just gonna play the hits, alright? It's not fucking rocket science, is it?
It's not fucking rocket science. Yeah, so here we go. This is basically I think this is why I have so many videos of the set as well. because there was a lot of like meme stuff. Yeah, it's weird here in the US. Savory stuff is the default for meals, while the sweets are more treats. Yeah, almost the exact opposite. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's just like pies specifically have more sort of have more range. Like you can get like there are sweet pies in the UK too. To some extent, you know, like obviously it's not the same kind of like classic sort of like Americana of like cherry pie or apple pie or whatever the fuck, right? But it's like you know, you can still get that kind of stuff. It's just that there's the added uh what's the word I'm trying to look for here? You know, but there's like that much more variety that you also happen to have like savory pies. But yeah. There we go. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was just like fucking banger after banger. Shout out the Banger Boys. Oh, this one I kept hearing because of the little bit of the bubbly. But yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, I ran into these guys. Queen Victorbital and Prince Orbitalbert. Yeah, there was some really high effort costumes. Yeah, so for context, yeah, so this is the day, this final day of the festival. So Orbital were headlining, hence, you know, really funny, incredibly funny, because you'll see later on, because I've got a bunch of pictures and like videos of it, but it's like this costume is like accurate to the real setup that Orbital uses. Like this is all based in you know, on reality. So they got like the, you know, like the brands on there got like Novation, you know, there's Prophet 6 in there, you know, like all of this stuff is exactly what they had, you know, at the actual gig. This was like hours before the before the actual show. But you know, anyway. Okay, right. This is Rapid X. This was a bit of a surprise for me. I had no idea this was a thing. My friend was like, "Yo, you gotta come to this. I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna say what it is." You know, but he basically had like this electric guitar and just like do this basically. Really wild. Yeah, no, it was insane. It was crazy. But yeah, then we took a break. Again, so this is the outside. So this is on a regular day at the Spontans, basically. Which for those joining, for those who've joined afterwards, the place where this is held, the Spontans, is basically like a very cheesy sort of like rundown, British holiday park, on the Atlantic coast. So the idea is that because you can't expect the weather to be nice, if you're going on a cheap vacation with your family and you can't afford to go somewhere else in Europe and stuff, you're kind of like stuck in the north of the UK. It might rain even if you're at the beach, and so the way that this whole thing is set up is that you have all sorts of like amenities indoors, and so like this part of the building basically has just the pub. There's a little seating area outside, but like the part, so like this stage is basically I realize I'm pointing and you can't see my cursor, so that might not help actually. But can I find, okay, yes, so like to the right hand side here, basically if you go further, there's like a bar. There's like it just looks like a regular old pub on the inside, essentially. They just kind of put this stage in here. So anyway, took a break, got some pictures of just random things. Chippy, you could get. I showed up, right, and I was wondering whether they had a menu or something, because I noticed that this. I think this is typically where they would have the prices, right? And it just said nothing. So I just walked up and I was like, hey, do you have a menu or something? And she was like, the lady at the counter was like, we have chips, we have nuggets, and we have chips and nuggets. And I was like, okay, how many nuggets can I get with my chips and nuggets? And she was like, you can get either 6, 9, or 20, or something like that. And I was like, okay, can I have 9 nuggets and chips, please? And she was like, yes, of course you can. It's gonna be, that will be like £5 or something, But it was just like, I don't know. It was really funny. Like, I think they do burgers actually. Maybe that was the third item on the menu. But it was like it was really funny. It was really funny. Just some like greasy junk, to keep you going. Yeah, we got back, and then so this is Iffy hype. This is where all the anime nerds were. This is like the But yeah, no, that was a fun set as well. Like really sort of like lots of like happy hardcore kind of vibes. Like just like break, like that's the thing about this the festival in general is like it's like the perfect sort of like intersection where it's got like enough sort of like latitude. There's like the spectrum is so wide, where like you can find it's the perfect clash between like 1992 and 2023, right? So you can find like really old school like jungle drum and bass, like big, like the big names, who started, who were like there when the whole scene emerged, and then you can have all of the like crazy anime fucking lollycore, happy hardcore, breakcore stuff, right? So and then yeah, depending on like which stage you go to, you can get both often at the same time. Like while this was happening on the other stage, okay, I've got some like random pictures here. But while this other set was happening, Ray Keith was on the big stage which thankfully I managed to catch because I didn't realize that it was all at the same time, so I kind of missed the beginning. But like, this guy is a fucking legend too, you know? And like, he goes way back, like he was there in the 90s. Oh, oops. Yeah, no, it's like, again, and this was like 2 stages right next to each other, you know, same time slot. Oh yeah, and then I'm kind of cropping this a little bit for the CRT, so you might not have seen it, but you can in hold on, you can kind of see on my side. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, just about. But yeah, so you can see this fan around here with the smiley faces. That's Lucy Stoner. I ran into her like going into this this room, and I just said, you know, like, oh, you know, I was at your set, I had a lot of fun or whatever, and she like reached into her purse and just gave me like a little sticker. That was cute. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, and then so after that, basically they started setting everything up for Orbital, which they had, so in the the schedule, they had a 2-hour time slot from 11 until 1 a.m. and I was like leading up to it, I was like, oh my god, that's gonna be like fucking 2 hours. That's insane, you know, whatever. And then we quickly realized that the reason why they had the 2-hour slot was because it also included the setup for it, because they like completely, exactly, yeah, it was they managed to get everything done in 30 minutes, which was impressive, I thought. But and then I think eventually they still overran a little bit, so it was still close to like an hour and 40, hour and 50 minutes. So they did go for quite some time. But yeah, I was I managed to get like I'm still, I still can't believe that I like the spot that I had. Like I was in the front row, like front and center, like in the very middle of the row. It was insane. So like while we were there, you know, I was like taking pictures of everything, just like the recording, the like sort of like setup process. So this one is for all the AV nerds, you know, in chat. You know, anyone who works in like you know, stage production and stuff like that. But yeah, I've got so many of these. Just like a big pile of, like, I guess those are these XLR cables, presumably. You know. But yeah, so like if you remember the cosplayers from earlier, you know, they had this thing, you know, with also nice wood grain. I thought, you know, I took a picture of that. But yeah, no, like the whole thing. You know. There's something really pleasing about these lights too. I love the like subtle like damping of the movement. I don't know, just like silly nerd shit. You know, testing the screen on the back. It was this guy. I don't know how well you can see it. I can't really zoom in anymore, unfortunately. But it was like he was like wrestling with this enormous pile of cables. Yeah, something oddly satisfying about well-timed animatronics. Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, like, you know, but like, I don't know. There's something like really cool about, you know, it's almost like some sci-fi, you know, mecha or something. I don't know. Oh yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Like as they were like adding things to it, right? So they like turn on these lights in the background. We're just like, ooh, that looks cool. I'll take a video of it or something, because you know didn't really have anything better to do at that point. Yeah, and this is the show proper. Which there was a group to my right that had come over from California, and I think they had seen them a couple of years ago when they played there, and I think they said LA, and you know, they were just like shouting. It was just like, nobody cry, don't, you know, hold it together. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a couple like fairly long videos here. Again, like it was comfortable enough, I guess, that I was right at the barrier. So it was like comfortable enough that I could just like rest my phone on it without having to just look through it and stuff. Because I would normally hate to do that. I tend to just like, you know, if I'm like in the crowd or something, or if I'm like dancing or something, I'll typically just like stop and take like a 20-second, 30-second like clip, and then just forget about it and just go back to enjoying it like as such. But for this kind of stuff, it's like, you know, got a couple like pretty long recordings. But yeah, Phil is barefoot, so you get those, you get to see those grabbers for free. Hold on. Yeah, you get to see the toes of a kind 50 something year old man dancing on stage. But yeah, honestly, like, just incredible stuff. Like, this was like, I posted about it on Twitter after the fact, and I you know, I said that this is like a fucking religious experience. It was so good. It was so fucking good. Like,
well, son, a funny thing about regret is that it's better to regret something you have done than to regret something you haven't done. And by the way, if you see your mom this weekend, would you be sure and tell her, say that, 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 say that.
But yeah, like I realized that I don't know like how many of you are like familiar with Orbital in the first place, or you know, like whether this means anything, because I think it might have been, I mean, for like in like specific circles, I guess like they're known in the US as well, but in the UK in particular, they're like a massive, you know, like household name, I think, to this day. They've been doing it for like 30 years, on and off, and it's like, yeah, one of those like big names, you know, from the 90s. You know, like, yeah, like genuinely like stuff like Chime or Halcyon on and on. Like they'll be coming up, spoilers, but you know, like they're just like the kind of stuff that just permeated culture to such an extent. You know, like um, you know, like Halcyon on and on. I, I can't think. I'm sure I can. I'm sure there are like many other appearances of it, but the one that to me always comes to mind is the credit sequence of Hackers, you know, 1995, and that is just like such a like oddly specific, you know, like or like not specific, but it's like such a like it's a great film. I honestly love it so much, you know. But it's like uh, um such a like a weird like time capsule of that whole period, you know, like the aesthetics of the whole thing. um you know, like a lot of the sort of music scene and like art scene and you know, like even like video games, because this was, you know, in the mid 90s and stuff, so they had like Petrol, one of their tracks was on the original Wipeout, which is like a whole, you know, again, very much the same thing where it was this intersection between like you know, like the graphic design of the you know, the designers republic, and like all of this like emerging sort of like electronic music scene, plus, you know, like it was just like such a unique like period of time where like so many like cool things were made. So I don't know. I think this was just to address what's on screen. I think this was an accidental picture. I didn't mean to take a photo, but it came out quite nice. Um. Uh. Whoops. Orbital stuff is a great vibe. Check them out. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um. Yeah. I think I kept this one going because yeah, the Halcyon on and on is coming up. I'm just gonna let this one play, I think, in its entirety. I should have prefaced this. You know, I've been kind of like talking over a lot of stuff. But like I assume things might get muted in the VOD, which, you know, sorry if that happens. I do have a local recording running. I really need to just upload stuff to YouTube at some point. I've been kind of archiving well, pretty much all of the streams so far. Yeah, no, like I honestly I couldn't believe, like I there was no reason, like I shouldn't have been able to just like show up half an hour, you know, before setup, I guess technically, or before the slot, and just be able to just walk up and just hang out in the middle, you know. Like that is so different from the the typical sort of like concert experience, right? Like for a headliner like this, typically you would have to turn up, you know, first thing in the day and just like sit through 3 or 4 different, you know, concerts beforehand, only to save your spot. But yeah, just I don't know, just so good, honestly. Like I kept this video going because this one is extends a little bit because I mean at this point I was like pretty much crying and despite the advice from the Americans next to me, it was like really emotional. And I'm not gonna spoil it, but it was really, really thoughtful of them to follow this up with a perfect follow-up that just restored some of the levity, I guess, or like just changed the vibes back to like the slightly higher energy stuff from like earlier. Anyway, that's yeah, it's coming up. it's it's so funny. It's so good. Oh, okay. Oh, I think that was the last bit. I think I might have recorded another video, but maybe I deleted it or something because it wasn't good. But yeah. So that was the Spice Girls' wannabe as performed by oh, now the ad breaks hits. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. But yeah. Damn. This one goes on for a while as well. This is Belfast. And we're back. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it might still be playing. There might be like half a minute, for some people. But yeah, sorry about that. I do need to be better about anticipating them. I said this last time, and I said that I would update the countdown timer so that it warns me a bit closer to the actual start of the ads. And I forgot to do that, so I'll change the setting later. But yeah, I think it should now be done for everyone. So apologies if you just got hit with ads. I guess basically what Twitch wants me to do is to shill here. So you know, I haven't really been shilling this stream. So if you would like to enjoy an ad-free broadcast experience, please consider subscribing. All the money I make goes towards improving the setup. You know, everything gets reinvested into like tech and cool things for it. So, you know, please consider $5 or £4 or whatever it is in your local currency. Or if you have a Twitch Prime subscription, or one of your parents does, or your grandparents, and they don't use Twitch, or they don't even know what it is, you can even use theirs. You know, take some money out of Jeff Bezos' pocket, put in mine. You know, I try to run the bare minimum of ads that allows me to not have pre-runs, because I fucking hate those when you join a stream and you just, you know, immediately get hit with them. rerolls, I should say. Yeah, no, I mean, you know, like no pressure is whatever. It's just like, if you can afford it, you know, and you think this is cool and you want to support it, you know, that's great. But you know, don't worry. Don't feel like it's, you know, it's not that much pressure. Spend more money for worse causes. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Here we go. Yeah, it was a good set list. It was a good set list. I think they got a lot of their sort of like, well, relatively new stuff out of the way. Well, not out of the way, you know, it's still good, but they kind of like left. Yeah, they left the hits, you know, at last. So I think there might be a bit of a cut here, but I do have like a few more seconds later on. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Oops. Yeah, I think we're dangerously close to the end. Almost made it. But yeah, this was I have a couple of things marked. Well, I've got one more set marked on my schedule, but I ultimately didn't make it. I think after this we're just completely exhausted. We just went back because we had an early checkout as well. Had to leave pretty early to catch a train. And a vacation, yeah. Like, I mean, to be fair, I mean, obviously, like this took a lot of energy. We were moving a lot and we were dancing and jumping around and everything. It was like a pretty high intensity couple of days, but I was sleeping okay, because at least there was no obligation to get up early, right? So like even if you go to sleep at like 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. or whatever, like you can just roll out of bed at midday, 1 or 2 p.m. But yeah, I think that was the last bit I have here. Oh yeah, and then yeah, oops, and then coming out of that basically. So that yeah. But yeah, and this was like the very end of the day. I just kind of like walked around a little bit because I realized that I hadn't checked out the arcade because a lot of it was shut down because basically in order to make room for the sort of like the main lobby, that part where the giant 909 was set up, they basically had to like shove everything back towards the back of the room, so there were like all sorts of arcade machines just turned off and just kind of like bunched together. um and I didn't realize that some of these machines were actually on because they were like kind of like hidden in the back. um but it was really funny to see the Sega All Stars Racing arcade. uh it was fun. The MotoGP one looked pretty good too. Tragically, which I think is a missed opportunity, the DDR machine was off. Uh, so I don't know what they were thinking. This would have been perfect. I mean, maybe they would have had to move it because this is the entrance to the other stage. But like, come on, man! Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? you know, this would have absolutely killed it. This would have been so good. If they had kept it on. This one, I guess this is like a Hydro Thunder kind of game. Typhoon. I never played it. But this was off too. I would have tried it. Okay, and this is something else. I'll show you in a second, but this is basically where my holiday, well, the festival pictures end. I forgot to take like a goodbye photo that I could post, of like, or like a video of like leaving as the Pontins logo just gets smaller and smaller, gloomy, rainy. The following morning was like super rainy. It was like dog shit weather. It was the exact opposite of what we just saw earlier, with the sun and everything. But yeah, yes. Well, I guess it was yesterday, Monday. Yes. Um. So, well, technically the day before yesterday. Whatever. Uh. But yeah, I wish I had taken a picture, but we were kind of like in a hurry, so we ended up just getting a taxi and just left. But so everybody take group photos on a huge happy face balloon. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, no, unfortunately, I assume the happy face balloon. Hold on, I have a picture. There were some like inflatable like mascots and stuff. If I can find it. Yeah, so I assume as they were like taking things apart, people would have just stood on him. I think this guy. I don't think I have a better picture, or I forget if I showed one. But yeah, so they basically had like these guys, just kind of like, yeah, this is Donkey Wrong. Um, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so I assume that like towards the end of the Monday, or like day 4+1, when they took everything off, or like uh people would just like hang out there. Yeah, I think next time I'll probably plan it in a way that I can just hang out for a bit longer because it was really stressful, just kind of like leaving that early because you basically have to check out, and like people from like Pontin's like management come and take a look at your chalet to make sure that they can give you your deposit back. It's like a and like if you check out early, you basically have to request specifically ahead of time. You have to request an early checkout. um it's like a whole mess, and then if there's anything wrong, you have to run around trying to find people and everything's closed. And it's like, shit, dude, I have to leave in like 20 minutes, where the fuck is, the security guard or something. So like, stuff like that, which, I don't know. We'll see if by next year, as a project, as a target for myself, I might get a car by then, and I'll just drive, and it will, I'll just won't have that that constraints. I can just do whatever the fuck I want. We'll see. Um, But yeah, I was just being borderline managing without it. But yeah, so that was basically it. You know, honestly, like incredible fucking weekend. It's just like, hold on, let me just put something, yeah, like a little backdrop for it. Oh, that's cool. That looks good. But yeah, honestly, like so much fun, so much fun. Like, this time around, it was like, you know, we had a crew of two, so it was just me and my friend. But like this is one of those things where I always just like come away and thinking like, oh man, we need to assemble, you know, like a crack team, you know, the hard crew. Um, I think I eventually so after this, I can show you some pictures of that actually as well, because I did end up doing some more cool stuff on the Monday, because it was a bank holiday because of the coronation. You know, like the like it's really funny that in parallel to all of this, there was like a whole other world in London where all of the coronation celebrations were still happening, and we just gave zero shits about the whole thing. But yeah, so like Monday was a bank holiday, and while I was there, I was like, you know, I have some friends in Leeds, so I visited them, you know, hung out for a little bit, went to an arcade there, which I have some pictures of. Um but yeah, like, and I think I managed to convince one of them to come next year. So basically this time around this year, I'm going to be working really super hard, really fucking hard, to kind of you know, get people on board as quickly as possible, because especially for like, you know, like my friend was coming over from France, and he was saying that he had a hard time, you know, finding people who would be interested because of like visa stuff, because of Brexit. You now need a visa to come to the UK, and it's like a whole mess. um but like I think we just need to you know, work on it ahead of time, and just like actually get that sorted, you know, get the commitment. um but yeah, no, it honestly, it's like and I was saying this earlier, you know, but like there are so many things about the UK are just kind of like depressing, and like people can be you know, like I don't even know. Just like really have a really negative outlook on life, and like this was just so refreshing. Like this is the kind of shit that like makes me have sort of I guess it's almost like Stockholm syndrome, you know, for the country, where it's like every now and then you'll have like this moment, or like a, you know, like a couple of days, or like a specific interact like a particular interaction with someone that will, you know, that just kind of like makes it all kind of worth it. And I don't know, this was 100% one of those, like, um you know, like the UK gets a lot of shit from like Americans, and like, well, everyone really. You know, I know the feeling. Yeah, like, you know, like people like to shit on the country because it, you know, and don't get me wrong, it sucks. Like a lot of it sucks. It's really bad. You know, I'm here because I work here and because it's convenient. You know, or you know, it would be more inconvenient to move somewhere else. You know, in many ways. But like, I love Burial. I wish England was real. Yeah. Like, but like, you know, there's just something about it that is like, again, and this is the kind of like point that I was making about the weather being nice. You know, when like the weather is nice, everyone is just the whole country changes, the complete outlook changes. You know, there was this one time. This is like a funny. I mean, it's an anecdote ultimately, but I like to bring it up. Um, you know, this happened like a couple years. This would have been like late 2021, I guess. So like COVID was still like pretty big. You know, this was like pre Delta variant, I guess. So it hadn't like quite blown up just yet. And let me turn on some music in the meantime, while I'm talking shit. Uh, uh, that's a bit loud. but yeah, and so there was this one time that I like to bring up because to me is like so representative or so illustrative, I guess, illustrative of the whole thing, where like I basically I went to Germany on a trip. Yeah, this must have been like October time, right? September, October, and I went on a trip to Germany, and like at that point in time, like the UK had no like mask restrictions anymore. There was no rules around that. You know, like social distancing was pretty much, you know, like no one really gave a shit. And I remember like going to Germany and where like everyone still took it super seriously. So like, you know, you went on the public transport, and everyone was like masks were mandatory, and it had to be like you know, like a very specific kind of mask and all that shit. You know, everything was like super clean and super organized, and it's like, you know, whatever, fucking stereotypical German efficiency, right? And then I came back on a Friday night. I got to Bristol at like midnight or something, and I still had to catch a bus to go back to my place. And it basically, like, people had been out drinking, right? Because it's a Friday, you know, it's a you know, it's a perfect time to just go out drinking and go out partying, because COVID is now over. Don't worry about it. And you know, I get on this bus at midnight. Everyone is fucking wasted, right? You got all the like university kids, you know, going back to their place, you know. There was a guy next to me who was like a security guard who was heading home from like a gig, you know, that he had just worked like doors at some I think it was like a drag show or something he mentioned. Oh, D goals. Oh shit. Okay. Thanks Ashley. With the last minute, you know, not necessarily last minute. I can still go for a little bit. Let me know if you have any recommendations, or any requests for the image. No one had done it. Do the bank face logo. Oh, that's perfect. That is really good, actually. Okay, I'll start working. I'll grab one in the meantime. But yeah, that's an incredible idea. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, yeah. So, oh god, it's on Facebook. I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna log in. I'll just grab it from the website or something. If I. Okay, never mind. Okay. Yeah. So what was? Oh yes. So I was saying. That like, right, so I get on this bus, right, everyone's fucking wasted. There's like this big group, and like picture the scenario, like, right, so like, you know, we've got like these, you know, double decker buses and stuff, and like the way the like seating is arranged is that like at the front you get like these the seats that are facing each other, right? They're like fold down seats, so they're like more accessible, so if you have a wheelchair or something, you've got more space. And so, you know, like, it was pretty busy, so I sat down on one of those, with my big fucking suitcase, right? My 20 kilo bag. And this group of like uni students comes on, or like hops on the bus, all wearing like the fucking Oktoberfest, you know, like Bavarian, you know, like traditional outfits. One of the kids is like fucking just so drunk. He's lederhosen, yes. So one of the guys, you know, he sits down right next to me, right? He's like swaying, you know, from like one side to another. I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be it, you know, like this is the one person who will just puke on this bus and make it hell for everyone. Like, it inevitably happens, you know. At some point throughout the night, someone will puke on your bus, and then, you know, you'll have to deal with that, you know, or like maybe the driver will just like have to just stop there because it's a health and safety issue because someone might slip and like hurt themselves, so they just have to like call another bus that might be like a whole hour away. You know, all of that shit. And I was that all of this was like going through my mind. You know, this like nightmare scenario, right? But you know, whatever. And then I look across me, and there's this girl again, also wearing the like Bavarian dress, right? Also fucking drunk. She looks at me, looks at my suitcase, looks at me again, you know, like points at it, and she says like, "Holiday?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Where did you go to?" And I say, "Germany." And she has like this moment of like solid like 5 to 10 seconds of just like contemplation, of just like thinking really hard, right? Of like, oh, and then she like points at her dress. I was like, "Oh, this is German," you know? I was like, "Oh, that's fun." Whatever. And like, for some reason, at that point, I just felt like, you know what? I actually kind of missed this. Like, it was just like so silly. But there's like something like really specific, you know, and like, I don't know. This is why I kind of like call it, I don't know, like it, because ultimately it's still like you know, like a kind of like a uncomfortable situation to be in, I guess. So it's not necessarily like pleasant, you know. You're surrounded by drunk people. You're like fucking sober as fuck, you know. You're coming home from like a long trip with your heavy bag, and it's a whole mess, you know. But like, there's just something about it that was just kind of like felt so familiar all of a sudden. I was just like, you know what, this is okay. This is fine actually. Because like, I don't know, it's always like moments like that, you know. There's like something about the UK that is like rowdy enough in a good sense, you know, like especially for Americans, I guess. They like there's this idea that you know, British people are like kind of classy or whatever, but like it's the exact opposite, really. Or at least the European stereotype, at the very least, for like, you know, other countries that might get exposed to like British tourists, it's like the exact opposite perception. And like, some of that like I really appreciate. Like, I really missed coming back from like, you know, kind of like sterile, really clean and organized Germany at that point in time. And like, it's the kind of shit where like, you know, if you're in a pub and someone drops a glass, you know, everyone will just go like, "Way." You know, there's like, there are certain moments of like just these collective like understanding of just like, I don't know, people just having fun. I don't know. I might be reading too much into it, but it's just like, you know, this is the kind of shit that kind of like makes me kind of wanna stay here. But yeah. Anyway, after that massive fucking tangent, let me let me actually load up some of the, because I think I had another folder with but yeah, I don't know, yeah, yeah, but yeah, ultimately in closing, Bankface was a lot of fun. It's really cool. I highly recommend it if you have the chance to go. You know, I realize that a lot of you might be in America, so it might be really expensive or very difficult to come. You know, but if anyone is still watching, if anyone is like in the UK right now, it's 1:30 a.m. So I don't know how many people are watching from the UK, but if you are, please consider it, because it's a lot of fun, and I really enjoy it. It's genuinely my favorite festival these days. Very good. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. No. Spoilers. Fuck. Ugh. Okay, how's that? Yeah. All right. Okay. So uh yeah, I guess just to kind of like show you. So the tail end of my holiday, I've got like a couple, just a little bit more of like show and tell. If anyone's interested, I did say in the title that I might do a little bit of work slash troubleshooting stuff. I don't know if I mean, I'm probably not going to be able to do a whole lot, but I did kind of want to use the opportunity because I wasn't sure how long it would take to go through all of those like pictures and videos and stuff. Um, but I did figure that if I'm going to be streaming for like 4 or 5 hours, I might as well just kind of like take the opportunity and do some stuff that requires kind of feedback from chat. So I've been dropping for dinner. Thanks again for the stream. No problem. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. But yeah, so like yeah, so for example, like the stuff about the AI text to speech I've been kind of looking into. I asked around the Discord server for it, and apparently the like service is just down. It might be down for maintenance because it doesn't necessarily require any more input. So I don't know if I'm missing something because it seems to be working for other people. So I don't know. I might need to investigate a little bit more, but I figured maybe I could do something like that. Or alternatively, it might be a good opportunity to work on like a couple emotes. So uh, realistically, I might not do that. I might not do that. Maybe in like half an hour's time, I'm just gonna be like completely dead and I'll just give up on it. But um, just wanted to bring that up for anyone who's still around, and if you're interested in hanging out for a little bit after this, just let me know. But yeah, anyway, so I just wanted to kind of like this is the kind of like the uh I guess epilogue for the holiday for the weekend in the north, capital T, capital N. So I went to visit some friends in Leeds. One of whom has just come back from Japan with this with this Takuma lens, which let me show you. Can I? Yes. I'm sure that's fine, right? That's fine. That. Yeah.
Love it.
Love it. But yeah, so that's a thoriated glass lens that is radioactive. I mean, it's like within it's like relatively safe. I think in order for it to have any negative impacts, you would need to like hang out next to a stack of them for a very long time. But I don't know. It's just a fun thing. Yeah, and then yeah, we were kind of like we weren't really sure what to do because I was only really there for an afternoon or like an evening. So we ended up deciding to go to the arcade. So finally, at least even if the Pontins arcade was mostly shut down, I managed to kind of scratch the ditch at the end of the holiday. So we ended up going to this place. It's called the Arcade Club. It's really cool. They have like so many fucking games, and they're all like most of the time. I mean, sometimes you end up finding one that has broken down or something, but they're like generally pretty good about maintaining them. There are some like quite rare ones, like I mean, you can kind of like see it. I'll have some videos of it later on, or like more pictures. But there's a virtual on cabinet that, well, like, just like talking to people on like Discord and stuff. Apparently it's quite rare. Like I was talking to someone who was like, dude, I'm so jealous that you have seen one in the first place, let alone played on one, that like actually works. Because apparently the sticks are quite easy to break. So a lot of them are in like pretty bad condition. Uh but like it's a very nice place. They've got like the upper floor is almost exclusively like retro sort of like 80s era arcade games. There's a room with like um sort of like classic light gun games. They've got some more like on stuff. They've got like virtual cop, I think, on this side. A few more other things. Lots of like racing and fighting games too. You know, but just like, and it's all like free play, so you basically pay the entrance. You know, there's like a fee at the entrance, and then you just get to play whatever you want. So yeah, Afterburner Climax, also a big favorite. Sega Rally, that's some of the other side, upstairs. Yeah, I don't know. Not much to add. It's just kind of like figured I'd show these off. NBA Jam. This one unfortunately was broken. I think one of the sticks didn't work, so we had to kind of give up on it. But you know, it was still nice. Mortal Kombat. Oh, we played through the Simpsons arcade game. I think someone had kind of like left it halfway, you know, like half because basically you get so many like basically like infinite continues. There's like a button to add credits, right? So you could just easily just get up to like maximum, you know, 99 credits and just like keep going, unlimited continues and stuff. So it didn't have the stakes that it would otherwise have. So it ended up becoming like quite monotone. And I think the people who played it before us realized this, and they just dropped out after 2 or 3 levels. So we just sat down because, you know, there were 4 of us, and we were like, you know what, let's just get a 4-player game. Let's just play through it. And we were just like out of sheer like I guess stubbornness. We ended up playing all the way to the end. But it was definitely like pretty tedious. You know, but still though, it was fun seeing like, because I guess this was like I don't know when this came out, like 92 probably. So it's got like the weird like season 1 character designs for some of the characters. Like it's got the old Mo design, and like I don't know, like really old school, like really early Simpsons references. Yeah, that was alright. Point Blank 2. I fucking suck at these games. Played again my friend Joe, Alamogordo Glass. They're sometimes in chat around here. And they always destroy me. There's something about the point blank gun that I just don't get. I always end up just like shooting off to this. Like I can't aim properly because it like I know that you're not really meant to use the sights. Like it's got iron sights and you could probably just ignore them, but it just doesn't feel natural. Like there's something about it that I'm just terrible at. There's like more light gun games, Terminator, The Last Bounty Hunter. This was fun. So this is an FMV Wild West a duel simulator essentially. So you have like these scenes. And you basically you just unholster your gun and shoot the guy. Yeah, very cheesy. Just like it's got all of these. Yeah. So I think it was like either I forget if it's these 5 rounds or maybe there's another one afterwards. But then right, so it will tell you your score, your times, whether you won or whatever, and then you get the there's this lady that pops up and just like, oh, it was just we were just starting to have fun. Why don't you play again? And it's just like. You know, and they knew what they were doing. Oh yeah, so this is the virtual on cabinet. So it's got like 2-player mode, worked flawlessly. You know, it just genuinely just incredibly well maintained. For something like this. But yeah, lots of fun. I love the aesthetics of it. But yeah, more virtual on. A couple shots. And then I think this is the last bit that I have from the entire holiday. We ended up going back to play it. This is Joe's fancy I think it's like Bang & Olufsen. I forget what the model is. It's like another CRT. We ended up playing a couple like fighting games on PlayStation 2, and then ended up just messing around with Nobi Nobi Boy. So here's some here is a 14 ravishing seconds of Nobi Nobi Boy gameplay, as we're just like winding down and just fucking kind of EP.
It's finished. What?
Oh yeah,
Hrot?
Hrot is
Oh,
finished.
is
Oh,
it
is it officially
apparently.
out? Coming out next week or something. I don't know what we're talking about, but yeah. So yeah, I think that was basically it. Let me just put something more interesting on screen. But yeah, so that was that. But yeah, overall, really fun weekend. I really enjoyed it. It was super draining. I'm going back to work tomorrow, so I'm really not looking forward to that. But like, yeah, it was always it was nice, nice hanging out with friends and everything. But yeah, okay, so uh, with that said, I think I'm gonna hang around for another half an hour. I'm gonna maybe do some work on a couple of modes. I have two ideas that I thought for this stream that maybe we can kind of like explore or just do together if you're up for it. Kind of see how the sausage is made. I just a warning that my workflow is just completely fucked, and I use a Glimpse, which is, well, it's basically GIMP. It's just the fork of it. But yeah, I think I'm gonna probably gonna take a couple like screenshots or something. Maybe I can use this camera, to be honest, because if I'm gonna be like scaling it down, it's going to be small enough. But the two things that I had in mind was yeah, I wanted to make an emote that has my hand in it. First of all, so that we can use it as kind of like a, like real, or like a pointing thing. So like if I'm fiddling with the buttons, or if I have my, if I do like this, um, we could have an emote for that. And there was also the idea of making a degauss emote. So I think I might actually start with that one. What I was thinking is I might just grab the clip from, I think the last one we did with the Ace Combat dog actually looked pretty good. Or it might have a frame in there or two that I can use that is quite nice. So what I was thinking was maybe get a frame of that, and then just write text sort of like in the wobbly part, or like have the like text deformed, right? Or like I don't know if I will be able to successfully like uh um deform the text so that it fits. I might just have to like draw over it or something. I might just do that later on. I don't have the tablet. I've got like a drawing tablet, but I don't have it plugged in at the moment. Um but I think I might just have to like see how it turns out. But yeah, hopefully that looks okay, right? So with that said, let me take a quick break. I'm gonna try to find something interesting to put on as sort of like in the track mode. Let me, first of all, I really need some kind of a um I need some kind of a screen that is more explicit about that is more of an explicit BRB screen, not necessarily a just like a vague sort of standby thing. But I have the VCR. Yes. Does it work? I don't think so. Oh. Okay. All right. Well, in the meantime. Okay. All right. Well, that won't work. I'm just gonna go with one of the actual built-in ones. Sometimes OBS is very temperamental when it comes to recognizing fonts. I tend to find. I'm not sure why. So like I'll have a font installed, but then it just won't do what I want it to do. Outline. Oh, that's weird. That looks really weird. Huh. Sorry, just to show you anyway. Oh yeah, no, I guess you can see it. It's showing up on as a preview. I don't know why it does that. Anyway, I guess fuck it. I'll just take the outline off. Anyway, let me just put this on here. That'll do. And then which one was it? All right. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna refill my water. You know, bio break. I'll be back in, I don't know, 5 minutes. Catch you in a bit. my god, I realized that I forgot to pause the other background music. Sorry about that. Uh, okay, we're back. Well, sorry that you had to listen to both Orbital and the the PlayStation accidental mashup. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I was like, I walked out of the room and I was like, hopefully I didn't do something embarrassing. You know, I didn't leave like some weird screen on there. You know, I'm not like accidentally doxing myself as it was good. Don't worry. Yeah, it's alright. It's whatever. But yes. Uh, to answer your question about the porta potty situation, they did have real bathrooms. So, I mean, the chalets basically just had like a proper, obviously proper bathroom with the shower and everything. And then for the main building, they basically had a just standard sort of like public bathroom situation. So um I mean the mayor one obviously had like urinals and stuff. So it had like 4 or 5 urinals and like 4 stalls or something like that, which was like, as it turns out, it was adequately sized. Like it was okay. There was never really a queue. As far as I could tell, sometimes you would have to like uh, uh sort of like maneuver around someone who was like coming in or out, that kind of stuff. But like overall, it was decent. Like I wouldn't have taken a shit in them, because it was still like you know, uh, uh, ultimately like a nightclub situation, right? But yeah, no, it was like relatively civilized. Uh, okay. So right. So what are we doing? I need a screenshot of hold on. Oh, wait, let me take the BRB off. I need a screenshot of a clip that I have, hopefully. Oh yeah. Okay. Turn the music back on. Oh no, I also realized that the in my absence. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe if I was playing something else, it might not have mattered, but it restarted the playlist, and I think there might be a song on here that also gets it muted. So oops. Anyway, right. So I was thinking, basically, I'm gonna get um the clip. I think from the videos. I'm gonna go with the one from the Ace Combat Dog. Oh, okay. Let's download this guy. Oops. Oh, I already have it. Oh, okay. Oh, because I posted it on. Okay. All right. Well, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Is it this one? Cool. All right. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have Media Player Classic installed here, so I'm not gonna. I need to work out what the. Wait, hold on. I don't remember what the hotkey is, so bear with me as I as I work that out. Yeah, I don't typically use VLC all that much. and I know that all the hotkeys are just different enough that it always does the wrong thing. Um, so for example, like if I'm watching something with subtitles and I want to change the language, I think so. Like in Media Player Classic, S is for the subtitles, and I think in VLC is just stop. So I always end up just like turning off whatever I'm watching. It's a pain. Where is it? Because it surely it's not simply left and right arrow key, is it? I think you have to use a modifier. Or it's a different key. Oh, next frame E. Okay. Cool. So, basically, let's see if it gets distorted enough that I can reuse it and it doesn't look like a dog. Oh, okay. That's good. That bodes well. Oh wait. No way it goes from one frame to that. Oh, like one frame. Next frame. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's take some snapshots. Is that big snapshot? Okay. Just putting on desktop. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna take one of these. I'm gonna try you know, I'll see if I find like a pleasing shape that I can put some text into. So what I'm hoping, oh, if I realize you can't see my cursor again. So what I'm hoping is that I will have like a shape that is kind of like wavy towards the center around here, right? So I can have like text that goes like this and it just says like thunk, and like have it deformed enough that that it looks okay. So I'm gonna keep advancing frames. That could work. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm cooking, I think. Well, did I take one of this? Oh, okay. And the dog's back. All right. Okay. So I don't actually have that many frames to work with because I'm looking for one that is indistinguishable enough. It does go back to the dog pretty quickly. Right. So let's have a look. Oh, ignore that. That's the that's the Pepsi can that spells sex when you stack two of them on top of each other. I don't know why I have that downloaded. Okay. Also, if I may point out, this is that's a funny detail about this is that the degaussing is strong enough on the big screen that it also affects the other ones. It's cool that you can see it like kind of like, you know, or change all the colors. Oh, they're fucking again. Never mind. I'm playing with fire here. I don't think I have anything like super sensitive on my desktop, but I've just got like a bunch of random pictures. Oh, we've got ads. Okay. That explains. Explains the notification. I keep missing it. I'm so sorry. I appreciate the danger. Yeah. I mean, you know, that made it sound like I've got fucking, you know, crazy porn on here or some shit, but no, it's actually just like I've got a bunch of like monster trucks from the other stream when we were listening to Bunta Vista and they were talking about monster trucks. I've got some like random work in progress, like pictures and memes and things, but anyway. Okay, so let me pick one. Can I Okay, definitely not this one. Maybe not that one either. This one I could work with. Well, okay, so I literally just have these two to pick from. Let me load both into Glimpse. Again, you know, this is one of those things where oh, okay, hold on. This is the one bit of software where I will, you know, genuinely use it as a free alternative to as a free alternative to Photoshop. Because I know it's like, you know, people like to hate on GIMP a lot because it's kind of counterintuitive, but it has become a big enough, or like it's become a big enough part of my workflow that I just can't really work with Photoshop anymore. It's weird. It's really weird. I know it's the industry standard and everything, but like, okay. I mean, you're probably not going to be able to read any of this, but let's put that up there. Okay. Yeah. Let's have a look at this. But yeah, I don't know. There's just like every time I bring it up, you know, like you know, people will be like, "Oh yeah, you like GIMP so much? Why don't you fucking draw a circle or something?" And it's like, because it, I mean, admittedly, it is a bit convoluted sometimes. It really is kind of counterintuitive, but like it's really powerful for certain things. Okay, so we had this one, and we had this one. Okay. So what if I make it really... Okay, first of all, oh yeah. Okay, maybe that's a little bit better. The colors are going to be way off, probably, for you guys, unfortunately. But rest assured, you can see the sort of like weird RGB sort of color separations. Well, it's not chromatic aberration, but it kind of looks like it. Okay, so I'm thinking this one. I'm thinking I'm gonna go with this one, and I'll just I probably won't have a specific shape where, you know, it has a nice curve on the top and on the bottom without just completely drawing it from scratch. But let's see if I can just reuse this. I will need it to be square. So that's, oh, there we go. Okay. Let's go with that. So basically, the question is, I guess, is how small can I make it so that it's still kind of it is discernible? Because this might be like a, you know, it might not work out at all, to be honest. 'Cause I think when you get that small, I guess maybe the colors will just kind of like blend together again. If I make it, let me just scale it. So if I do 112. 100%. Okay. I mean, that's borderline. That's pretty borderline. I'm gonna give it a go anyway. Let me just go back. So if I do something like punk, right? I have no idea what would look good. I'm just gonna do like a quick. Okay, maybe that's too heavy. This is gonna be like a graphic designer's my passion thing, by the way. Apologies in advance to anyone who has, you know, a deeper appreciation of typesetting and fonts in general. Oh, what am I doing? So, because what I'm trying to do is if I take some text and I try to deform it, I can do. What am I trying to do? Okay. In theory, I should be able to take this this text, right? So if I can take this the new layer. No, there was a way to remove. Discard text information. There we go. Okay, so basically I now have a layer that is no longer there's basically just like a raster image with transparency, right? Which, to be honest, I probably could have made it bigger so that I don't lose quality on the resize. But if I take this a little bit bigger, right? Okay, all right. I definitely need to find a different font, and I'm gonna need a different color as well. But let me just bear with me. So if I do this, oh wait, hold on. No. First of all, resize the boundary, layer boundary size. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that's easier to work with, right? And then I've got the I guess probably like a cage transform, I think might be okay. So that, you know, you just draw 6 points around it and then you can deform it. I think it gives you more options, or like slightly more control than like a perspective deformation. We'll see. I guess I could do a warp transform, but that is definitely a bit weirder to use. Okay. No, I did it wrong. What I need is the layer to be the same size as the image. Okay. All right, let's try that again. Yeah, because otherwise, so basically, if you have a layer that has a boundary size that is different, it will just drop it. Okay, so try this again. If I do something like this, quite a bit, yeah. Also, I guess more importantly, I don't know if anyone has like a hot take on what, or like a, you know, like a specific preference on what a degaussing noise sounds to them. Like how would you transcribe it? What would be the onomatopoeia be? Because I'm just going ahead with thunk, but maybe something else would sound better. Thunk is good. Always thought of it as a woomph. That works too. Also, the Doom Merchant, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah. Okay. No, but that's a good shout though. That's a good shout. I'm just gonna quickly take a screenshot, just like approximate. You've been no, that's fine. That's all good. Thanks for hanging out. Lurkers are fine. Lurkers are valid. All right. Cool. All right. Okay, so that just as a proof of concept, I guess. I will need to hide. Okay, so if I do that, oh, I see. Okay. Right, pick up? Yeah. Well, I think I fucked up there. I don't think I can undo that. But yeah, okay. So, so this would kind of like be what I had in mind. I don't know if that's legible. That's probably not good enough. I mean, obviously, yeah, the font would need to be chunkier, I think, but I'm just starting to think that it might be easier to just draw something from scratch, which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, I can still try the woomph as well. Let me just duplicate the original text layer. Oh, I realized that you can't see that part. I mean, not that you will be able to read it or anything, unfortunately. But I might be able to just hold on. I will know in my mind's eye. Oh, the thing about lurking. Oh no, sorry. The thing about seeing the sorry. About seeing the that side. Okay. Yeah. I really do need to at some point. I think I need to put in some extra time as well to see the to see if I can set up the 720p mode or the sort of like widescreen mode, because okay, let's go back to this. So I do have a couple of things. I do have a couple of things that are coming up that I might need to do. Either, well, probably both. What am I trying to say? So I think it would benefit from both having a 16:9 aspect ratio as well as the high resolution. Because the problem with this, well, not necessarily problem as such, because I realized that I'm using it for a very different purpose than what was intended, than what it was intended for. But the thing about this monitor is that because it's all broadcast, like very specific broadcast standards, you can't display a high resolution 4:3 image on it, right? So you can either do standard definition or ATP with the 4:3 resolution, or if you step up to 720, it just locks you into the 16:9, which basically means that this particular setup, as is, gives me the most screen space, but limits my resolution. Whereas if I had a 720p mode, you would be able to see more detail, but it would be smaller on stream. So it's a bit of a trade-off. I need to experiment with it to see whether it's actually worth it. I mean, there will be some games that are only really playable in 16:9, so for those, it's gonna have to be that either way. But yeah, basically the problem with it is that, as far as I'm aware, well, actually, I don't know. I would have to investigate, but I'm not sure how OBS handles full screen projector setup, or like projector outputs when you have a mismatched aspect ratio. So I don't know if it will like crop it, or like it might just stretch it, in which case I can't really use it. But My concern is that I will probably need to add yet another instance of OBS into the mix. So at the moment, I obviously have like one instance that controls the 3 projector outputs, and then I have a second instance that I'm streaming from. But that I'm not really doing all that much in that one. But if I'm gonna have 2 different canvas sizes or 2 different like aspect ratios, I will need to have a third instance exclusively for the 720p screen, which is a pain. So I don't know if I can make that work. We'll see. But yeah. Also, I realize sneak preview. For those of you who stuck around, exciting things happening possibly next Tuesday, because this bad boy. Hold on. This bad boy arrived. Eyes emoji. Eyes emoji. I don't know if you can see it. You might not be able to read it. It's a Densha to Go controller. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It has taken like, I don't know, probably like over a month. I need to double check actually. To arrive. Like fucking Play Asia economy shipping. I should have known better, to be honest. If I had known, I probably would have just bought it from like an importer here. But yeah. Yeah. So keep an eye out for probably Twitter. I'll or yeah. I'm not sure. I guess the next stream will probably be on Sunday, most likely. So this I will most likely be using starting next week. So if anything, the first stream where we'll make an appearance will be on next Tuesday. But then I might have an update about it over the weekend, basically. But yeah, I need to experiment with it. Oh wait, hold on. Woomph. Oh, thanks for the follow. Good mention. Oh. Okay. Tell you what, actually, do I still? One of the problems that that is like super annoying to me about GIMP, and I will admit to this, I won't say that it's the perfect piece of software. Sometimes it is really annoying. Is that the font selection doesn't show you all of like a complete list of fonts. You have to start typing in this box for it to appear. Otherwise, unless like you get the thing on the side, but it's just kind of you would think that you can just use this main box here. But yeah, anyway, I'm thinking maybe like a more sort of like cartoonish one. I don't know. Also, like, I'm on fucking Windows, so like no fancy or like, like no Adobe fonts either. I just kind of have to make do with whatever's like standard. To Homo. No. That didn't change it. Oh, actually, wait, no, that's not. Why? I don't know why I thought that would be better. Uh, I don't know. These are all just very like standard fonts, to be honest. I might need to just go have a look at it. I know I can get fonts. Yeah. I just need to go like shopping, or shopping. I need to like search for like a specific one that fits the vibe. It's not quite as simple as just like looking from the list and just like, oh, actually I like that one or whatever. Font shopping is okay. Yeah. Oh, honestly, it's so bad. Problem is that like I don't recognize some of these fonts. I don't know if they're like what the fuck is Brima bold. Like these just look like fucking bog standard, like sans serif. Yeah, because okay, so just a peek behind the curtain. So the way that I'm doing this, I think I might have mentioned it beforehand, but I'm currently streaming from a setup, or like this installation of Windows that I'm using is not my daily driver setup. So it's the same computer, same hardware, but I basically ended up just doing a clean installation of Windows for two reasons. Mainly because I couldn't be bothered to like reset the graphics drivers, because a lot of things just wouldn't work on the CRTs with the like all the weird profiles that I had previously set up on the other installation. And also because I guess there's a lower risk of me doxing myself if I'm not logged into a bunch of shit with my real name. But so as a result of that, I don't have a lot of the software that I'm typically used to, because like for something like this, again, this is like I realized that this is my my dog shit, my terrible workflow. But the way I would typically do something like this, if there's a font that isn't available or that I can't see in GIMP or in Glimpse in this case, I would load up a window, like just an instance of Microsoft Word, right? Type out the text that I want, or you can even, I guess, just like if you want to be like really cheeky about it, you can just go to like a font store, right? And you would type in like whatever the phrase that you want is into the like the preview thing, right? Take a screenshot in Word. Yes, I know. Right? But basically whatever, anything that gives me anything that gives me I know Microsoft Word. No. I mean, fuck Microsoft, whatever. Just like this is feral, but in a way I fully support. Yes. Right? So basically, because for something like this, right? This is an image. This is an image that is going to be turned into, or like scaled down to 112 by 112, right? So like I don't need it. Like this is a raster image program, right? So like I don't need it to be like high resolution necessarily, or I don't need it to be like a vector graphics or whatever, right? So I can just take a screenshot, make it relatively high resolution so that I can remove the background or something. But like ultimately I just take a screenshot and then just fucking, just work with that. Listen, to this day, I have an MP3 player never replaced of a song that I recorded off of old YouTube, bad audio quality, using stereo mix to record my desktop audio, and it captured the sound of me emptying the recycle bin, and I never did anything about it. Yeah. That is the life. That is the life. I mean, like, you know, like over the last couple of months, like I've been pretty active, in Jets's Gene Famous's Discord, you know, just like making dumb memes, and like so many of them, like if you saw the process that went into making like a specific image, I've known this about you and I'm still baffled. I mean, to be fair, that one would probably annoy me a little bit, you know, but like if you saw the process that went into making some of those memes, and like, because the end result is okay, it's just like really kind of time consuming, and it's probably the least efficient way of doing a lot of the work that I do. But like so many like dumb shit, so much dumb shit, or like, you know, or I'll make like an edit in like Premiere or something, you know, and I like, I'm not a professional video editor, so there will be a lot of things that I don't know how to do, and like even like stuff for this stream, you know, like the very first like promo thing that I put out that had like animated versions of the overlays and stuff, where like different things would pop up, and like the grid would like kind of like, you know, like it would draw a grid and stuff. Like I know that I could have done that in like After Effects, or I know that I could have done that, you know, by animating things in, or you know, or like creating just lines in Premiere and stuff like that. But I couldn't be bothered to learn that. So what I ended up doing is just like I made a transparent image in GIMP, right, that had some lines. I deleted them in like a diagonal shape, and then I had that image scroll from the top to the bottom of the video. And so it would draw the lines, you know, sort of like one by one with like a cascading effect. and like that's the terrible way of doing it. I know that it's not, you know, like a professional wouldn't do it like that, but it works for me. The result is indistinguishable, you know? So like I might as well. Anyway. All of that is to say that I will probably have to find the font later on. I mean, unless I can... Should I just do Comic Sans for now? That's probably like the cartooniest bold. Oh, that looks really bad. That's so ugly. All right, okay, fine. Let's do Comic Sans bold. Hopefully it will look a bit better deformed. Or can I actually make this even bolder? No, I cannot. Okay, well, you know, don't worry about it. It's not going to be the final design. I'm just doing like this is a proof of concept. It's almost 40 minutes past 2 a.m. So I realized that this is even though traditionally this is where I do my best work, you know, like 3 a.m. is like peak meme making time. Fucking laughing, to be clear. Okay. You know, it's art. Let me cook. Right. So, I guess that will do. Was there an even bolder option? Is there a... No, it's just bold italic. Oh, papyrus. How bold can I make papyrus? Because I basically need something that is like punchy, you know, that looks like... Oh, you can apply a huge stroke to make it really bold. Now we're talking. Okay. Now, again, that is something that I would typically do in in Word, because it gives you more powerful options for the outline than GIMP does. Or alternatively, I will do something that is also pretty fucked up, where I'll show you. So you can use parts. I made a joke, or I made like an offhand comment about drawing a circle, but I think I'm gonna, just as a bit of a demonstration. I don't know how many of you actually use GIMP. Yeah, I don't know anything about GIMP as the open source software of being really powerful, but yes, basically. So like I can walk you through the process of you know, just as a yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you know, I cannot advocate for pirating Adobe Photoshop on Twitch.tv. But I do find those images funny, where, you know, every now and then when Adobe says something that is very shitty, or, you know, they make a change to their yeah, in Roblox. Yeah, never. You wouldn't download Photoshop, right? But yes, every time Adobe says something really shitty, it does something shitty, and they change their subscription model or something, right? And it's like, hey, this thing that you rely on for your work and your livelihood is now going to cost like $300 more or whatever. How about you know, you just pay us more? I don't know, fucking whatever, right? And then if you go on Twitter, a lot of like sort of like indie artists or like smaller artists who do it sort of like, you know, who are barely scraping by, will have like a very neat image with like a big table that says like, hey, if you are used to using this piece of software, maybe consider using the open source or like free alternative, right? And it will say like, use GIMP instead of Photoshop, use Inkscape instead of Illustrator, and so on, right? And then inevitably someone will take that same image and they will like scratch, you know, like cross out all of the free alternatives and just say pirated Photoshop, pirated Illustrator, or whatever. Now, I cannot tell you to go and pirate it, but I think that's a very funny thing to do. Yes. Same goes for Microsoft products, by the way. Yeah. There are resources. Is all I'm gonna say. Anyway, I don't think I even have Papyrus available here, unless I'm like misspelling it. But no, it should be PY, right? I don't know. Whatever. I guess Comic Sans bold will do. Can make it a little bit bigger. Have an Office 2007 disk that you used to install the suite. Or yeah. I mean, you know. Yeah. I mean, like at work, I think we use 2013, and it basically is like fine. You can get, I think, the latest piece, or like the latest version that you can buy, or that you used to be able to buy upfront without it being tied to like an Office 365 subscription, I think was 2019. So if for whatever reason you want the like absolute latest, that's the one that you would have to go for. Like get like the pro version or something. But like, I mean, in terms of like features, it's, you know, it's basically the same. Like there are things that were broken in 2007 and are still broken today, so it's not like you're missing out on much, you know. Like making a custom table of contents is still fucking hell. Okay, so right. Okay. So for example, right. So like if I got a little bit distracted. Uh, uh, $80. That's I mean one-time purchase from someone that is probably that is not that is not Microsoft. That's not bad. Um, but yeah. So anyway, let me just So if I make that image size, and then there's an option. So okay, maybe I was supposed to do it the other way around. So okay, so for example, right? Let's say that you have an image with a transparent background and you want to put an outline over it, right? This is slightly more advanced than making a circle, right? So if you want to make a circle, just as a just a demonstration, right? Let me just for the sake of it, let me just make a new image. Right. Let's say that you want to make a circle. So the way that you would do it in GIMP is you've got an ellipse select tool. There might be alternative ways to do this, but for me, like this is the more powerful way of doing it that gives you more control over the stroke. Right. You've got an ellipse select tool, which I realize that this is probably the worst color for it because you won't be able to see anything that I do. Oh, okay. Just make a. Can I make a red circle? All right. Right. Okay. So here we go. Right. So number one, ellipse select tool. Right. You can hold. Oh wait, hold on. Fuck. You can hold Shift to keep it a regular shape. Right. So that will make it so that it's a an ellipse where both of the like semi-axes are equal, i.e. a circle, right? So you end up with this selection that is just a circle. Now, what you do is you can take this selection and create a path from it. So you would go to the select menu, and there's an option here at the bottom that says to path, right? So that will create a path that is currently invisible. There's no indication of a path existing anywhere, but the software knows that we now have a path that is a circle, right? Now, basically this path you can then stroke. So basically there is something called a paths tool, right? Oh wait, actually no. I take that back. Well, okay, no. So if you do select the path tool, it will show you what the path is. But basically in the edit menu, this isn't even the tool. This is just the edit menu. There is an option that says stroke path. Now, if you click that, it will bring you one of these menus where you can basically select a solid line. You can have a pattern, you can set your anti-aliasing, you can set the line, or if you want to, if you prefer, if you have a specific brush that you're using, you can just use whichever like brush you have selected to draw that line, right? Now, if I do a solid line width, say 4 or something, hit stroke, that will create a line, that follows that path. Now, in this particular case, I got a bit ahead of myself, but let me just show you. So if we go back to the way that this looked with the selection tool, we still have an active selection that we no longer need because we have converted it into a path, and we can remove the selection. Now, so basically what you need to do is you have to come to the select none, or you can do Control D, right? So that will hide the selection or remove the selection. Your path is still there, I believe, in theory. And then you can basically stroke the path. You know, it will still give you that. Now, this basically will give you a line that extends on both sides of that original selection. Because if you don't remove the selection first, it will only show you, I know, word of a circle. So, but there's a nuance here, right? So whether you hide or whether you remove the selection or not, the stroke path itself will only be on the inside or the outside, right? So if I wanted to make an outline for this text, you can basically have something just to illustrate, right? So if I were to just draw it, right, you can either have something that kind of like goes like this, where the center line follows the outline, right? Or you can have something that goes only on the outside, if that makes sense, right? So like if I wanted to make this thicker, I could do I could take this
well,
layer.
That really looked quite nasty there, Martin.
I know. Right. So basically, what you would do, there's an option that allows you to take the alpha channel from this layer, right, and select it all. So you can do alpha to selection, which will basically make it so that, you know, only the part that is visible is selected, right? So like so, and then all of your transparency will be hidden. You can basically then invert the selection, then create a path from it, and then you stroke that path, you know, give it a line width or something, and when you stroke it, it will, you know, only put the line on the outside. So you can basically do this. Again, if I had a slightly higher resolution thing and it didn't have the like nasty, you know, like anti-aliased sort of like white border, it would look better. I mean, you can kind of get around that by like feathering your edges or something, or adding like a thing. But well, see, but this is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. Is that like I recognize.
I can't believe you've done this.
I recognize that this is horrible, okay? I recognize that this is dog shit, and it's just really hard to use, and you shouldn't have to click so many different things, and you know, it should have like more consistent results and stuff. But it's just, I don't know. It's a the dog shit part of the charm, and I mean, it's something that I'm used to. Basically, it's become like so you know, like it's a known unknown, or like whatever the fuck, you know. It's like, well, no, that's not actually, no, that's not what I mean. It's a known enemy, I guess you could say. You know, as opposed to something where like Photoshop I never used enough to like know all the tools, and so it's, every time I need to do something, you know, I end up just having to Google shit. And it's, yeah. Is it appropriate? Also, an unwanted effect of doing it this way is that it will also select the outside of the layer. So it has stroked the yeah, I had to use Photoshop, you mean? Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, like, it's interesting because GIMP is the only one where I'll just refuse to just use Photoshop, even though like I should probably just learn Photoshop and get on with my life, you know, and just like give up on this bullshit. But like, you know, like I still use Premiere, for example, as opposed to like Sony Vegas or something, because like it, yeah, sunk cost fallacy, exactly. So yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I don't know what I was. Yeah. Oh yeah. Uh, let me. So for example, like if we were to make, let me just stroke this in a. I realize that I'm using the word stroke a lot. So you know. Can I just change the color? Because so basically what you can do to kind of like make it a little bit neater, and again, a lot of this, like, I don't think it was ever intended to be used like this, but like sometimes you can come up with like slight, you know, like creative solutions to problems that that it presents you, and you feel really smart and really clever about them. So like it's all about order of operations. It's about like adding and subtracting selections, and you know, filling something you know, after you've done like another thing. Yeah, you know, so like for example, like here, if I select the black color and then I stroke the path, like remember I still have the selection active, right? So I have the alpha to selection thing still active. I haven't removed that selection. So if I now make a like line width of 5, you know, and I stroke that, right? Okay, well maybe maybe I spoke a bit too soon, because it won't look perfect, right? But the, you know, the point that I was trying to make, for example, is like depending on what your selection looks like, you can then take this and invert your selection again, and then when you paint over it, you know, oh wait, hold on, okay, well that, yeah, again, it won't look great because the way that the selection was made, it's you know, it will have like transparency and stuff, but like, you know, in a hypothetical scenario where this works, right, you potentially could have had it so that you invert the selection again, and by painting on the inside of the selection instead of the outside, you can just remove all of these lines, right? If you had, you know, if you had a hard edge, but you know, like stuff like that where like you can clean it up, but yeah, when you trick into doing something that you're like, yes, I beat you, yeah, exactly. So yeah, anyway, it's a whole thing. I don't think I'm gonna, hey 11, how's it going? But yeah, you know, it's like a whole thing. I'm currently talking about GIMP. I don't know what you use, 11. I think going to work in a bit. Cool. Yeah, I don't have that much more in me either. I should probably start wrapping up soon. But yeah, or like, so for example, you know, in this particular case, you could do like a if you do a fuzzy select tool and you select the outside, and then you say you can feather edges, for example, that will make it so that, you know, it will have like a little gradient around the edges, and then you can paint on the inside. Oh wait, no, the other way around. But if we invert that, right, you can like paint on the inside, right? And then I guess you could just use like a fill tool, kind of like that, you know, like I mean, the edges will still look kind of dog shit, but like whatever. Then you can just remove the selection and everything. So anyway, that's all to say. Oh wait, hold on, I know what I messed up. If I do this plus this, then invert this. Yeah, okay, that's better. Right. Yes. Anyway, so that's that basically, and then I can go through the whole process again of deforming this the way I did it earlier. Now, I still don't think this is going to be the way I end up making the emote. I'll probably end up doing something completely different, but I just wanted to give it a go. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, like despite all the hate, you won't be able to tell that it's Comic Sans by the end of this. we will have ruined it enough, or just like committed so many crimes, that it will actually look okay. What am I doing? What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm deforming it. Right. So like, I know that, I mean, this could probably be done in Photoshop. I'm sure you could just like create a part. I mean, maybe even in GIMP you can do it, but I never learned how to do it, so I'll just do the roundabout way, right? Well, like, well, you could probably just have like a path or like a curve or something and just write the text onto it. But that's the coward's way out. I know, and I know that you would have finished in 5 minutes. But and like, I like, I don't know, like now I feel a bit self-conscious about it, but like, but like this is kind of like how I do shit. It's a very like weirdly like artisanal process, like everything takes a little bit longer, everything is a little bit more complicated, but that's just kind of like how I end up doing things. Like don't ask me, like how I remove backgrounds from images, because you won't like it. you know um Oh, tutorial? You want to see? I mean, no, to be honest, I'm mostly, because the problem is that, like, especially if it's a low enough resolution, like, for a lot of the kind of memes that I make, it's late, save it for another day. Yeah, I will walk you through it. I mean, the gist of it is that I do a lot by just tracing by hand, just using the eraser, because a lot of the times, like, the selection tool isn't good enough to give you like decent edges on things. So like, but I tend to find that that's the case with Photoshop as well, to be honest. Like maybe in like newer versions you can do like fancy like context aware fills and things like that, where it's like AI powered now and it gives you like much better results. But I always found that if you just try to do like a fuzzy select tool thing and then delete things, it's very rare that you have a clean enough edge that looks good. So I will typically just have like a like a eraser tool with like a sort of like diffuse, like a fairly low radius, like small size, but like kind of like a diffuse edge, and then just like trace it. Photoshop context aware fills and magnet cropping is not great unless the existing contrast is really, yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, basically the same. Basically the same then. It's just like maybe Photoshop gives you more options to do it um than GIMP does. So with GIMP you have to just go full manual for it. But yeah. Anyway, I don't think this looks good enough, to be honest, to be an emote. But I'm glad we gave it a go. um yeah, it looks a bit weird. I think I would need to make it much more deformed than this. Um you love it. I thank you. I appreciate it. Like I think it would need to be significantly chunkier. Uh if I was just both sides encouraging you and screaming into the void over. Yeah. Looks like 2003 album cover. Yeah. Maybe it does. I mean like the okay, so now I've kind of lost um so like basically I would need to do another deformation. Uh but you can like stack them, right? So like the idea is that once you have deformed it, you have converted it into yet another raster um layer. So now you can basically just apply the same thing again and just make it even bigger, right? So like again, it would look like dog shit because the original layer was bad and like low resolution, but like you can just keep adding things to it. You can if you want it to be like bigger, um, okay, whatever. It looks so fucked up. It looks so bad. But like I don't know. A lot of the times you just end up like finagling shit like this. No, I mean that's not better. I was hoping that I could like stretch it, make it like um maybe I just need to like uh uh hold on. I mean I can just scale the layer, like I can just scale it vertically. Right? No, I said yeah, height. Readjust. Right. I mean that still kind of lines up. I would need to like tidy this up so that it follows the curve a little bit better, but like you can do stuff like this. uh but like for example, like this is the kind of shit where like just getting the shape like good enough um would help, and then I could just draw over it. All right, I could clean it up so that the edges don't look like shit. um but I don't know, it's just like lots of like weird layering and just kind of I don't know. My brain just kind of like works in like uh, weird ways sometimes. So it was just like it just makes more sense to just do it in a specific way, even if it's not like uh, um you know it's a crime ultimately. But whatever. Forgotten album of B-sides from some nobody pop rock band. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, wait, hold on. Let me just delete this bit. Yeah. Um. Also, yeah, like even though I do have a drawing tablet, I don't really use it because I for this kind of stuff I tend to do better with just a mouse. I think. Weirdly enough. Maybe if I had like a screen tablet, it would be better. I might just end up like investing in one. Um, but for the yeah, because what is this? Is just a cheap ass like it's the most like basic like small Wacom uh thing, and I tend to find that it always like um it really messes with my hand-eye coordination. Like it's very difficult for me to like translate the movement of my fingers on this to the screen without like looking at it. I'm sure that with enough practice I could get good at it, but it's just kind of annoying. Uh, yeah. I just spotted this. I just realized that I still have the fucking circle. Anyway, but yes. So yeah. Whatever. Um, I hope this was enjoyable. I didn't get any closer to actually having a an emote. But you know, I will keep working on it. I think the best thing would be to just draw it from scratch. Which I don't know. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. I'll try to make it sort of like, yeah, journey, etc. Yeah, exactly. I mean, how else would I know that it doesn't work? You know, you gotta try. So, with all that said, um, uh, thank you so much for joining me so far. Let's do um, let's do the D goals, and let's head out of here, because it is getting late. Now where did I put the golfs? That's right. Hold on. Where did I even put it? I could have sworn that I downloaded. Yeah, put in downloads. Okay. Okay. All right. How's that? Let me, for something that is so high contrast, I can probably get away with like really over the top gamma correction. Let me just do that, and then okay. Save this one, but possibly. We'll see. Okay, that might be like way too much, way too unnatural. Okay, let's I think that looks okay. Cool. All right. Okay. Yeah. So, again, same deal as usual. I'm gonna turn on the other mic, so you're gonna hear some noise. And then yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, thank you again to Ashley for this request, and for the idea to do the bank face, the Golf's the bank face logo. So, anyway, let's go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. There is a degaussing mic. Yeah. Uh, yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to hear anything. And like, you know, that's like half the fun. Yeah. Cool. All right. Okay. Well, yeah. I think that's probably gonna be it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. Let me find a raid target, and then we can all get out of here. And I can go to sleep. Probably. Yes. So yeah. Keep an eye out for stream updates. Like I said, the next one will probably be on Sunday. Because Saturday is Eurovision, which is a very very big day, very important day. And I'm probably not going to be streaming throughout that. Yeah, I don't know about Friday. I think I might have things going on Friday, so we'll see. But yeah, follow me on Twitter for updates. I will definitely post about it there. And yeah, let's see who's streaming. You know what? Let's take you to narrator actually. Artist, Vroid artist as well. They do like cool avatars. They did they worked on Shindig's model, and just do like I think sort of like digital art in general. If I find the raid button, yes. But yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, grab the raid messages. So that's the standard Unicode one, or if you have a sub, you can use this one. And yeah, thank you again so much for hanging out. Have a lovely week, I guess. And yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Cheers. Bye.
Alright, thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome to a boss fight. Where it's kicking our butt a bit, but that's okay. Condition red. Everything's exploding, everyone's going nuts up there. It happens. Everyone's all over the place. It's okay. Welcome.